Welcome back. Welcome back. Well, we made it through our first AI class with no loss of life. No injuries. Yeah, it's recorded. It's unlisted though. I'm gonna record it and I'm gonna put you gotta wait like an hour for it to finish rendering. Damn right. Get to those tasks. Nah, you're good. I figured there was gonna be people that couldn't make it. We only got through the setup and like 2 of the prompts, so there's still like 3 or 4 prompts. It's gonna be like 2 more classes. But everything is in if you don't need to see the video, you just want to see the prompts themselves, you can go to, like, if you have any experience with AI already, just go to Cypher Life AI prompts, and everything we covered will be in there. Happy early birthday, brother. So M pattern is the dominant pattern here, but we are still inside of a bull flag. Right? So slow breaking M's create bull flags, slow breaking W's create bear flags. We're in the mix right now. In our mix. I know. I don't like the messy pattern any more than anybody else does, trust me. But we are glued to CME. uh, we are glued to CME right about the time that we should be glued to CME, except there's no CME. The power of the ghost is strong. Three measured moves above. Well, 2 measured moves above are still active. You'd get another measured move if you break out here. You'd have to come all the way down to invalidate. Basically, if this M pattern plays out, you invalidate the W, right, for lack of a better. But we do have our false move up, right? Which means market maker's in control, and I can't find a reason to say that he's not right now. Our expiration date for this move up would be Monday, midnight. I didn't drop the second one because people didn't have the tokens to get that one done. The last one, the one that's missing the market report, only people that had enough sort of tokens left over managed to get that one. So I'm gonna cover it over the next class anyways. But I guess I could drop it there. Put it on the hourly, you get a sort of better idea of what we're looking at here. Right? Tried to get over the 50, weren't able to, still sort of fighting with it right now. It's going to be the difference whether this bull flag plays out or the M pattern plays out. We get rejected off the 50. My 800 EMA target is the 200 EMA on the hourly, and that's now down at 65.9. All right, I got to get something to drink because I've been yapping. And I got to go check on Grandma Block, make sure she's cool, and I'll be back. Yeah, make yeah. Hopefully, it's just something to take the edge off. You know what I mean? If you can make the day 10%, 15% easier, then that's 10%, 15% more energy you have to chase the kids around the yard or whatever. You know. If there's one thing for sure, is that the Cypher family is not about to get left behind in any aspect. So we got to catch up to speed. Yeah, in an hour when your token's free back up, go sit and talk to Claude. Just explain what your daily tasks are at work and then ask how you think it could help. You'd be surprised sometimes. Just the organization at all. Anybody that has a job that the majority of your job is going through a gang of emails and trying to separate the bullshit from the shit that needs handled right now. Right? I know that's 2 to 3 hours of your day at work. All of that can be easily handled. I'm going to remove the M pattern and I will just put MPAT measured move here because I can't stand seeing patterns inside of patterns. That shit drives me crazy. I think Zek's going to recover as far as they win trust back. Right? A drop that hard, in my opinion, is always going to have a bit of a recovery, but whether it sustains is going to come down to whether people believe their story and they can win some of that trust back. Because the thing with privacy tokens, bro, is if you don't have trust, you don't have shit. Because people that are using privacy tokens are inherently paranoid already. So it's like, you know, honestly, probably wouldn't be a bad idea to take a look at Monero and some of the other privacy tokens to see if they're getting any of that transaction volume that would usually be on Zec. Right? Because people's need for privacy doesn't disappear because Zec's going through issues. Right? They got to take their money somewhere. A lot of people use the shielded transactions on Zec, but it's not automatic, right? You've got to use the shielded ones. Not everybody's at like a Monero level of paranoia where it's like full cartel coin where every single transaction has to be. But if your wallet is local, I mean, if your wallet is public, you know, business can't operate without privacy. Legitimate business, not shady business. Mm, mm, mm. What was that, my bad? It's not a high level, right? It's like 10 to 15. It was like 10 to 15% of the transactions are shielded. In 2025, it was closer to like 35, 40%. That we know of. Sketchy part is where any of those, like how much double spend actually happened and can they prove it? I think the success of Zcash is going to depend on whether they can actually prove acceptably to the market that nobody took advantage of that exploit and that they caught it in time. That's the problem. It's a privacy coin. Like if you don't trust it, you know, what do you have at that point? So yeah, they've got some work to do. This is where teams are important, right? Because a team that just doesn't address it and keeps moving like nothing happened versus a team that puts the next 2-3 months in to fixing this shit in the public eye is the difference between something that's going to succeed and something that's going to, you know what I mean? That's why teams are so important. And one thing traditionally that crypto doesn't have are good public relation teams, bro. Like they need some marketing help, some PR help from experts. All right, let me go handle this, guys. I'll be back.
Yeah, I had to take push to talk off earlier because I was trying to tell my friend we were trying to build something together and I had to take it off. Thank you.
No problem. It took me a minute because your thing was just a solid green and it kind of blends in with your whatever you call the little circle. Yeah. You should go back and listen to what it sounded like. It was pure insanity.
No, I'd rather not go look. Did you hear me fart?
I couldn't hear anything out over all that noise.
Dang, you missed that one. All right.
Yeah. There's always next time.
I'm thinking we do a lot of upward stuff now. And just for it to retrace again, but gearing up for something.
Pump it, pump it. Dump it.
No.
Dump it now.
No. No.
I'm finished. Dump it. How are you?
I'm good, Ema. How are you?
Good.
Sweet. Are you just like here and there lately?
Yeah, I was doing a trade. I caught that 60,000 and did 400x up here and sold it.
Oh, cool. I bet the percentage was insane.
Yeah, it was pretty good. It wasn't a lot.
Yeah, but we're looking at percentages now, remember?
Yeah, that's a big percentage.
Heck yeah.
But I'm just driving around working.
Oh, yeah. Are you giving rides or what?
Yeah, I do rides.
Yeah,
I got-
there's more money in rides than delivering.
Yeah, it makes more. I see that.
My car is too shitty to offer rides.
You just need a 2011 four-door.
Yeah, but there's like no back room for anybody. The seats, they touch almost the back seat.
It qualifies.
But I'll just get a bunch of bad reviews.
Cares. More money.
Did you have to go get that inspection thing?
Nope, we don't have that here.
Oh, see, that was just like something I didn't want to do. I was like, I gotta go get it inspected.
I don't even know what an inspection thing is.
Oh, yeah, for like allow my profile to allow rides, I have to go get it inspected. I have to print out this form and take it somewhere.
They don't even do that over here in my state.
Do you have like a dash cam for insides or anything?
Hell no.
Oh.
I don't want them looking at me.
No, for you.
I'm not worried about them.
Okay. Do you offer gum? Like,
Nope, no gum. I don't offer them nothing. I'm offering them a ride in a Maserati and air conditioner.
what?
My biggest tip is $20. I'm waiting on the $50 tip.
Sweet.
I'm driving in rich neighborhoods.
That never worked for me. I had to stay in like working class areas. The rich people did not tip nothing, and they give you the security code, and then you go in there, and it's like you're delivering Taco Bell or whatever, and like they give you, but it ends up being someone's kid, and so they don't know anything about tipping.
Yeah, I don't do deliveries of food, and I go in the rich areas, and I play classical music and wear nice fancy shirts, and I'm really not. I'm like extremely polite.
Oh, do you wear a little hat?
No, no hat, just like nice golf shirts.
Yeah. Do you get out and get their door?
Depending.
Oh yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody.
No way!
Parlez-vous français?
No way!
How are you, Sui? What's up, Matt?
Oh my
Long
god.
time no see.
I know. How are you?
Fine. It's a bit long to explain, but I figured there's a nice weekly close coming up.
Man, I wanted your opinion. So
What? Me?
bad.
Having an opinion?
Yeah.
You
Yep.
crazy? I
No.
don't have an opinion. I'll
I
have every opinion.
Be right back.
okay. No. Where have you been? What are you doing?
Honestly, I took a break.
Yeah. It was a good time too.
But no, I was joking about it, but I think I was in love with Bitcoin.
How so?
So I didn't sell any.
No
Because, if you
way.
love it, you're not gonna sell it, right?
No way. Oh my
No,
god.
no, I'm joking. I'm joking.
Okay, okay. So
But
you,
overall, no. Overall, personally, I didn't really sell much. No, you know, I mean, I'm not really here to make money, I guess.
oh my goodness. So you still have then your are you saying that you still have your 15,000 or your 20,000 Bitcoin?
No, that one got stopped out. The leverage play? No, that got stopped out.
Okay. Well, no,
On
even
the
your
dump.
spot bag. Your
But
spot.
yeah, spot, yeah, I'm still holding it.
Oh my goodness.
Average is 19 something, yeah. Because on Coinbase, when you sell, it brings your average down. So I did sell a bit, by the way. I didn't sell anything. I just didn't sell everything. But not enough, as always.
Did you hold on to your alts too, or you got rid of them?
Some I got rid. Well, those who pumped, I got rid. Those who didn't, I kept, and they're like down 90%, I guess. And honestly, I don't really follow alts. You know, I've always been more Bitcoin heavy. For me, it's always 50% Bitcoin anyway. I don't put much in alts. I still have mental, and that thing is at 50 cents. So yeah, that's not good. Yeah, that's not good. I think mental was my biggest alt last season. Doge. I mean, I'm really completely out of the loop. I just came to watch. Well, have some news from you, and maybe watch the weekly closer. I'm really completely out of the loop for like 6+ months, so I don't know what's up with all sorts of that. But I did notice that the Bitcoin dominance has been continuing to go down since last summer. So we are in alt season for me. No, it's not really an alt season because Bitcoin is downward, right? But we're seeing Bitcoin go down and dominance go down too. So
You say
that's promising for next season.
you said for a whole year we've been in alt season. Is that what you just said?
Well, yeah, dominance isn't climbing anymore, so yeah. It's not really falling either, I guess, but I don't know. But it's yeah, I think it topped. It did a nice. Well, it's been a top for 1 year now, so you can call it a top, no? Last summer was a top, yeah. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's because of altcoin, stable coins, right? Stable coin market cap might. Yeah, maybe it's because stable coins are increasing in value that dominance is going down, but this is overall, right? Look, we have ETH at 1600 with Bitcoin at 60K. It was exactly the case 4 years ago too, no?
Are you gonna get some?
ETH pumped twice more than Bitcoin today. That's some alt season going on. You would have made more money on ETH than on Bitcoin if you took a 10x long, or 10x is a lot. Let's say 5x long. I'm not saying anything, Siri. I just want to see this weekly close. Because guess what? That's an ABC, right? And we're trying to close above the 200. Wait, yeah, weekly 200 MA. Last time we spent like a year below it. No, from June till March, so we spent 6 months below it. Well, let's see how long it stays below it. For now, we're holding above it anyway. And it's an ABC, so for me, as long as Bitcoin is above 60K, there's a chance of a bit of a reversal, so I took the trade.
I'm waiting for you to say, is BNB still above 300? Then we're fine.
Is it? Where's BNB? I have no clue.
BNB is at 604.
All right. Yeah. Well,
Mhm.
that's holding nicely. What a surprise.
Yeah, the weekly 200.
My lovely alt got delisted.
Oh, that's not good.
Ah, 1 second. I'll be right back. But yeah, what's up? How about you, Sui? What do you think? How about you, Med? Where's Dbloc?
He usually pops in right around this time.
I know. That's why I'm around.
Well,
How's everybody else? I hope you survived the 50% drop on Bitcoin. I mean, it's only 50% for now, right? Like, Bitcoin was 120, now it's 60. I guess you could do another 50%, bringing it to like 30, 40. Wow.
well, I see demand around 50, but I think the whole like, are you updated with like what Dbloc's
No, not
These-
at all. No.
Okay.
No.
I just didn't want to.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me, please.
Don't tell you. Okay.
No.
How about just the timing?
I don't want to be influenced.
You don't want a time frame?
I know his time frame. It's the cycle's time frame anyway. By October, no?
Yeah.
Isn't bear market bottom supposed to be in October? You know, the funny part about that is at this point I'm like S&P, Nasdaq. I didn't follow them either, by the way. I really don't listen to any of my shit because I'm really completely out of the loop, which actually might be an advantage, but that's something else to think about. But yeah, did you see Nasdaq at 30,000 and above?
Yeah, that was nuts.
I'm like, then I open Tesla chart. I'm like, wow, that thing must have mooned or any, you know. I'm like, oh, not at all. So I'm like, cool. But yeah, I'm not into any of this anymore. It's all out. Except a few French stuff going on. But yeah, now with Nasdaq at 30K at this point, I'm more like, well, oil crisis is kind of what makes more sense. Because you remember a few years ago we had that Euro dump accompanied with energy crisis with the Ukraine war, and it feels like we never really exited that energy crisis. And now on top of that, you have oil prices rising a bit. Nothing crazy though on oil. It's just like $100. I mean, last time we had oil crisis, it did 10x up. It didn't do just 50% up. Or
I feel
100%.
like I feel like that can't be true. Because
yeah, it's Trump. He said I don't know if it can be true or not, but in the charts it's true.
Well, so are you back? Can I count on your voice? More
No, because so I was in love with Bitcoin all those years. Now I'm trying to be really in love. So no, the answer is no. I'm not spending as much time.
No. But I always think of so many like bearish questions that I.
Oh, I'm not the bear.
Yeah.
What? Did you say you have bearish questions? Also, I told you.
Yeah, I always forget them. I always forget them though, and then I'll be talking to Dbloc, and then we'll go, dang, Zeusy would have been a perfect person to ask this.
Well, thank you. I'm very touched. We should meet one day.
Oh, okay. Let me just go to Paris.
Sure. I'm joking. It's just I've been doing a lot of stuff lately, but this is not an area to discuss all that.
Well, so okay. So, what's your overall charting consensus? Like, what numbers are you?
I don't have any. To be
No?
honest, depends on kind of no. I'm just thinking in real time. I guess I don't really have a plan. I mean, I can adjust any plan I have. I did a few stuff this week because someone motivated me to come back to the charts a bit. I'll let you guess who that can be. It's not Bitcoin.
Moderated you?
Motivated.
Oh, motivated.
Ah,
Someone or something.
someone.
Oh.
So I looked at my charts and I noticed some stuff had pumped. So I'm like, well, let's sell it.
That's what Emad did. I think it'll go a little higher, Bitcoin here. I mean, it's a massive double bottom too, like on the daily. Straight up. I mean, it won't go up very high. There's supply around, like, I don't think it'll make it to 82, but there's lots of
There's nothing to do though, no?
Hmm?
There's like nothing to do right now on Bitcoin.
No. No. I'm still in a little long, but it's a
Cool.
it's
Welcome to the club. You're gonna get wrecked.
No, it's so tiny. It's like a $9 position. It's not.
Doesn't matter.
Or
The size doesn't matter for the wreckage.
yes, it does.
No? No, it's the same problem. Can get wrecked with 9,000 or $9. It's the same problem.
Oh my goodness. Either way, I'll learn a lesson, huh?
There's nothing to be learned, in my opinion.
You just do it. Just make a choice.
I
Off
would
no
retain the trade.
knowledge.
Every time it dips and creates an ABC, I'll take the trade. If it
So
works
are
out,
we in an A or a B?
we did a C,
And what time frame?
and we're back above the A, back above the crash day, so back above February low, the 6th of February. We're gonna lose it, right? Because it's supposed to be bear market, so it's supposed to eventually lose that and start trading, like turn it into resistance. Well, in the meantime, maybe we can go up a bit before doing that. No, I don't know. Probably a lot of people are thinking that. Well, I guess we could get.
Well, the miners are capitulating.
What? Really?
They're like, yeah, Dbloc said
Surely.
it's like more expensive to mine it than it is to just buy it right here.
Oh, okay, cool.
And then
There's Bitcoin available. That's a good thing, for both.
And then Michael Saylor sold his very first.
He's still alive.
Yeah. So everyone freaked out. I think that's what caused those daily red candles there.
No, that's the excuse so that
I mean,
people
yes,
understand
yes.
why it went down. It's not the
Yeah.
reason.
Yes. That's what I mean.
It's the narrative.
Yeah. It's got to recover here a little bit more, I think, at least on the 1 hour.
No, but we'll see. We're trading back below last all-time high also. A 69k pivot. And on the weekly, below the 200 MA, like we're not below it anymore because it found support at 59,700 or whatever that number is. Huh? It found support at the previous low from February, so we're back above the 200 MA on the weekly. But honestly, when it's below the 200 MA on the weekly, it's never a terrible time to like start accumulating a bit. No financial advice, but having like none is a bit risky. Well, last time whether you bought at 20k or at 25k, yeah, it's a 20% difference, but yeah, I can try to time it perfectly, and it's gonna be October, the good timing normally. Well, it could be plus or minus a few months. So. It'd be by August. We're already in June, right? There's not even that much time left before we're supposed to bottom, while the stock market hasn't even started to go down. So that's a bit of an issue, because what do you think is going to happen if Bitcoin tries to bottom when everything else in the world tops?
I think it'll make sense because people will need to move their money into something to keep
Yeah.
making money, and so they'll go and buy Bitcoin.
You think they're gonna trust Bitcoin?
They already are.
Yeah, possibly. It's what I told to Silos. We discussed a bit by PM. Yeah, I agree. Exactly what I told them actually. You know, it's funny because at this timing wise, if legacy, and because now summer is coming, right? I don't know about America. America moves in summer, but Europe doesn't usually do much. The whole country closes in France, so yeah, stock market usually just goes sideways in summer. Not every time. It's not like a definite rule, but you know, companies work less and less stuff happens in summer than in like June or September. So it seems a bit more than 50% that it's gonna just stay at these levels. Now Nasdaq is so volatile that that's not true for Nasdaq. If you look at S&P, I don't know, maybe it'll stay between 7,000 and 8,000 the whole summer. If that happens, then we end up in September, October, when Bitcoin is supposed to bottom with the cycle and legacy is still at tops. But what's gonna happen during the bottoming structure on Bitcoin? Then you're supposed to wait, I don't know, a few months at least, or well, I don't, but you're supposed to wait for a sign of reversal, or whatever pattern you like. A double bottom, an Adam and Eve, a dump bump. I don't know. Like you're supposed to wait a bit for a reversal pattern. I think Bitcoin can hold a reversal pattern while maybe we get like a 10, 20, 30% correction on legacy. I don't know.
Yeah, it could be one of those times.
Yet, yeah?
It could be one of those times where we would be watching both, and then we'd be like, "Oh, it's moving inversely to the SPY right now," or whatever. Remember when we were very into the SPY and Nasdaq, like, "Oh, it's pumping," and then we look at Bitcoin and we'd be dumping, and then vice versa.
Well, I don't think that's what the correlation factor says, but maybe I'm wrong. I didn't look at since a year. But on the weekly time frame, that thing takes a while to move anyway. Look, this week, red week on the markets, carnage on crypto. Red market is never good for crypto.
It's been carnage on crypto though. Since
yeah, I mean, it was trying to climb back up slowly. And
where?
well,
February?
Since February, yeah. But for me, Bitcoin was going up since February.
It was just going back up to the 50 on the weekly.
Yeah, exactly. But it wasn't going down, right? And this week it's the first red week on Legacy for like 3 months or I don't know how long, and it kind of and Bitcoin immediately came down to the 5th of February low, which was the only point that had a chance of even holding, I guess. Bloop. And all that happened on Legacy is like 5% down, barely. Inside a sea of green, but like it's just 2, 3, 4% down. That's all. And that still caused a 3x dumpage on crypto. Maybe it's a wrong way to think of it.
The whole thing seems like super fake to me. This whole market, like pumping like that for over the span of whatever, because nobody has any money that I know personally.
All I'm saying is as long as this doesn't change, like we need to see a bit of signs that it's changing, right? And we're gonna see it at the bear market bottom because you'll have Bitcoin stabilizing, finding a real long time frame support while Legacy does whatever it does. It could dump another 10%, it could pump, it could really at bear market bottom with low volume and all, we should see that. That's gonna be your first sign. It's kind of
what's good, y'all? Susie.
Yay!
Susie, how you been, brother?
I don't know. I missed you guys a bit.
I was hoping you weren't gonna miss him, Dbloc.
Nah,
Also,
I just got back.
my heart is broken with Bitcoin going down this much. So
why? There's a bear market.
Yeah, I know, but I forgot to.
You know how this works. Oh.
So
We've
we
been good.
bottomed
We
in
just been
October?
super busy. Yeah, I'm still looking for like October 5th, October 6th. Somewhere between, hasn't really changed since we last talked in November. It's just like 38 to 48 is the range. My base case is probably closer to 48 though.
Oh, that's pretty.
Personally,
That's pretty high, no? 48K as bear market bottom. That's cool.
it's been an interesting ride so far though.
It would be similar to previous bear, right? Then
Yeah, it would be
30% below the weekly 200.
yeah, it'd be almost exactly the same as the last one.
Oh, the weekly closed actually, did it? Yeah, it did. Damn, I missed it. Oh. So who's long on Bitcoin?
I am
Oh yeah. Cool.
short time frame though. I'm looking at like the 15 minute 800 EMA, somewhere around 65, 66-ish.
We got 64,200 earlier.
Yeah. Macro double bottom, you know, there's got to be some sort of a reaction there. We had so many liquidations above too, so
But I took the ABC because it did an ABC, so I'm long from 60K, hoping
nice.
for a full reversal. Upward. No, I'm joking. TP is let me tell you, 71.5.
Okay.
Oh, it's small time frame stuff. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
well,
I'm a little
some
worried
numbers.
this 70 psychological will be a little bit too much to break, but it'd be cool to get as close to it as possible.
I'm expecting it to be a losing trade. Yeah.
You're just setting your expectations.
Well, I mean, we can buy more if it turns the weekly 200 into resistance, right? So.
Yeah.
Last time we just went straight through it like there's nothing there, you know. But this time it seems it's holding because I don't know why, but maybe it's got something to do with all the inflation and the rates and the SPY being at 8,000 and Nasdaq at 30,000. Maybe it's good. Maybe that's why we're holding that 60K.
They were trying to drive me crazy the last 2 months with all the super cycle talk while we were in that relief rally or whatever. And I'm just staring at S&P and NASDAQ like, guys, like, make it make sense to me. Make it make sense how legacy can retrace and Bitcoin doesn't, but in that last leg.
Well, but at bear market bottom is going to happen. We're going to see it. We're going to live the dream of crypto going up while legacy dumps.
Bro,
But for
I
now,
can't
it's
tell you how many times I've brought up that conversation that me and you had like 3 years ago about the
I mean,
timing
I
of
was
it.
there, it's the same.
You know, it actually is playing out very similar to our best case scenario, right? What we had hoped, anyways.
Yeah, bull top was timing wise right there.
How you been though? Aside from trading, everything good?
But I haven't traded, so I'm fine.
Nice. Okay.
Now that I trade, I might not be fine anymore. Trading is stressful, honestly. It's not for everybody.
I hear that.
I think it's not for me, really. Well, not too much. I missed it though. Oh, I have a Chili's position. That's going on.
Yeah, there's no reason to be all the way back in 5-minute time frame scalp. You can always just get your feet wet, long swings, nice big investment bag. That type of
Honestly,
shit.
there's only one trade I'm looking for. It's to catch bear market bottom. It's way too early, but you never know.
I think we get one more relief rally before the bottom, meaning we get a drop, and then we get a bit of a relief, and then we get that final drop.
So this 1 second, let me think before I speak, please. That pump up we just saw to 82K. It's the, you're gonna call it the dead cat bounce, this one?
It's the second one. So look.
The
So
well,
it's this one, right? So we had, this was the first dead cat bounce.
that doesn't really count. No, you're still in the
This?
upward. Well,
Yeah.
it's the attempt to stay in the uptrend, right?
Well, there's three of them, right? There's the three sections of the bear market is the mean reversion back to the 50 on the 2 week. That's where you get your initial dead cat bounce. We got a very, very small, excuse me. This was our bear case, bull case, base case for the first relief rally. And we hit the bear case target. And then we lost the 50. Then this was our second. And then now we've lost that. My target's been right here the whole time. So I'm looking for a move down to like 52-ish. And then sideways, sideways, sideways. Crypto's dead. Oh, you idiots are still in here. You still believe in crypto. Sideways, sideways, sideways. Black Swan event. And then off into the races.
I'd love 35 golden pocket of the whole bull. Well, simple
Be
trade.
great. No, that'd be great. Honestly, if we were to just technically look at it, 77% was the last retracement. 70 should be close to where we land, and that's sitting around 38. But look, you know I love my overlays, right? We've been following.
Let's not be too greedy on the downside, though.
No, I only want. Listen, at 48, I'm happy. Into the 50s, I'm already piling in. But look at how nice our overlay played out from the last bear market.
Yeah, I noticed it in the chart without even. But that's
just
stuff.
just the dead cat bounce here.
But you know, for legacy, I had two overlays like that. One was SNL crisis, the other was oil crisis. It seems oil crisis is like fitting better now.
This oil
It
thing
doesn't
has
end
been
good.
interesting trading too. Yeah. So this is that range that I mean now. When we come down into that, in my opinion, 51, 52, and then we get that long 3-month sort of sideways where everybody thinks we're at the bottom and all those long liquidations. And then either FTX collapses or we get a pandemic or, whatever. They'll, insert news
That's
story
2027
here.
though, no?
No, 2026. It's right at the end. September,
Wait a
October.
second. It's 1 year downward, 1 year sideways, 2 years up. Oh yeah, but in the sideways we've already bopped some.
We're already, I mean, we're only a couple months away from the bottom. We've got 3 months of sideways down, in my opinion, if we drop. Now, things change. If we make it to September, October, and we're still at 60, then we're still in that, high 50s.
Timing wins, right?
Yeah, then I'm looking for...
Timing wins, so you'll buy even if we have a doubt.
Yeah. This one specifically, I'm playing by time, and I'm not letting myself break that rule.
Yeah, on the other one, it's kind of the one to break eventually, which we haven't broken really yet. Or Bitcoin breaks everything eventually.
I look at it like when it breaks, it'll cost me, but it'll be the cost of all the successful ones before it. You know what I mean? Like, I'll take it. It's fine.
It'll still go up. It's just it'll play tricks a bit. Yeah, just a few months.
Or we'll get front run, or it'll go lower than anybody thinks. Look at all the anomalies that we had.
Depends on legacy more than on Bitcoin itself. Now that all these big companies are in Bitcoin, no, it doesn't even depend on Bitcoin anymore.
And this is the first bear market where real estate's going down at the same time.
Yeah,
that 18-year cycle.
So it's like, don't be all in crypto. People, don't be all in crypto this time around. Well, you should never be all in crypto anyway.
No, I will definitely be waiting for confirmation for certain things. It's kind of scary that legacy's still where it is, and we're already more than halfway down.
Yeah, it's just. I mean, just last week it just did new all-time highs, right? And
Mhm.
this is like the first red week in I don't know how many weeks. So if you look at Halkinashi on the weekly, oh no, it's just green, 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 green.
I think when it's over, though, it's gonna be violent. Like everybody all at
I
once
don't
coming to the
know.
realization.
This can still go on.
And then now you have SpaceX and Anthropic and OpenAI IPOs going to suck all the liquidity out of the market for the next 3 months.
Oh, it could October 26th for me. If this isn't the top already, which which I will be able to call a top once we're back below 7,000 on SPY, back below the previous top, which isn't the case right now, and it's kind of far from it still.
It's the line in the sand, yeah, for sure.
But
That old high.
if this isn't the top, then I would expect one in October or September, October, November, somewhere there, which is interesting because it's when Bitcoin is supposed to bottom. So that what Sui said about that is really cool because it means, maybe Bitcoin will try to be the place, the safe haven. Exiting.
Finally get to fulfill its role as the hedge against,
inflation and
it's never had to prove it, right? For 18 years, it was supposed to be the rescue ship or the escape ship that you take the next time that real estate goes down, but we never had to prove it.
Yeah, and if it's still around, if it's still above 48K while all of that happens, then it's not even going to be a good opportunity, Because why not just buy NASDAQ?
Well, shit, if it's still at all-time highs, I'm not buying that shit.
No, it's going to dump. It's going to dump more.
Yeah.
How about gold? What's gold doing?
I think the rotation goes legacy down, gold and silver put in their last all-time highs and finish their super cycle off. And then it's Bitcoin's turn.
With this blow off top kind of structure on gold, could you expect like a 20-year a 20-year
It will be a very long time before we have this sort of fun again.
So then
I don't know how it is in
really gonna be
France.
interesting for a while.
I don't know how it is in France, but in the United States, gold and silver guys always had like a funny, it's like a stereotype where like they live out in the woods and they're like, trust me, just buy silver, youngin. And it's the memory of the last time that like this. Right. So I think for 10 to 15 years there'll be people that are like, just trust me, buy silver, it's going back up.
But that's good for Bitcoin. If nobody expect gold to do much, the people will put more money into riskier stuff like Bitcoin.
Yeah. So look, we put gold on the chart and we put ES on the chart just to make it simple. Right. These are basically the rotational options. So Bitcoin hasn't gotten to the bottom of its 4-year cycle by date. And gold is holding its 50 EMA on the weekly, right? While we're putting all-time highs. So it's like the rotation would make more sense, a defensive rotation into gold while it's still holding support. If you can get ES to break those highs that we were just talking about at 7, and that money would sort of go flee either into money markets or metals. And then I think they put in their last highs. And that's when we come down our bottoms. The everything bubble.
Don't forget inflation. If there's inflation, there's no real bubble. It's just our charts are going up because money is losing value. Right?
The timing of it is what's crazy.
How's inflation going? I don't even know, to be honest. That's how little I traded lately.
There's no oil moving through the strait. the
Oh,
the effects of the energy crisis are going to last for the next, even if a tanker, even if they opened up the strait and oil started moving freely, it doesn't get to where it goes for the next 3 months. So you're talking, yeah, it's so bad that the more likely course of action is that they raise rates and not drop them. And that's freaking the market out because now the market is pricing in the possibility of that.
isn't that good for Bitcoin though?
At this point, we don't care. It's the bear market. Fud it out, bro. Do your worst. You know? What is bad for is the dollar. And anything that's bad for the dollar is good for Bitcoin. Let's move this to get our...
XC isn't going back up to 115. That doesn't seem likely. It could, but doesn't seem likely. Although ABC wise, damn. When is midterms?
What's the date for midterms? Let me see. It's coming up. Midterm year always sucks. Okay, second half of the midterm year.
Yeah, it's 2027, no? So
Yeah, it's coming up. Midterm elections.
Legacy performed so well this cycle that next cycle it'll probably have a hard time performing as good as this one. So Bitcoin will probably shine more, no?
It's gonna be a horrible time to look at you like 401ks and shit. It's hard for me to get a freaking date. November 3rd, 2026. So we would have already bottomed, in my opinion,
Oh,
by that point.
that lines up with bottom 2 then.
And we know that they like to you like to go into the midterms with people feeling wealthy, not poor. People that go to midterms feeling poor, they vote for change. When you go in feeling wealthy, you vote to keep things exactly the way they are, you know? So
Right.
we usually, I mean, I guess it's not an American thing. I'm sure most countries, they'd usually try to make things start to feel nice and cozy around those times. Which is weird to me because I don't see how they keep the stock market afloat for that long. There's got to be a retracement. Maybe they'll time some sort of relief rally or some sort of... No, I mean like an actual correction, not just a pullback. Like the end of the cycle is near.
But it didn't.
Remember how we
March
talked about how we used to talk about that if we were them, we would try to extend the top of our bull markets as far as we could to line up with that 4-year cycle, so everything goes down at the same time. Like that's what it feels like it's happening here. We just couldn't do it in Bitcoin, right? Because our 4-year cycle is too strong. But they sure as hell extended the gold cycle. They sure as hell extended the equity cycle. Gold super cycle was probably one of our earliest calls, and that shit has been gold, silver, then it rotated, copper, nickel was going for a while, platinum did its thing. Great.
ETH is at 1600.
Right now, I'm looking at like $900 ETH.
That's
So
like
here, you're here
25
now, and I
now?
can talk to you about this concept because it's a simple concept, and we don't even have to look at the chart for it. But I have a theory that, or a thesis that, if your alt didn't take out its all-time highs, then you can't rule out it double bottoming off of its bear market lows because you haven't gained any ground. ETH double topped. Right? That means we can't be shocked. The only asterisk, and I'll put an asterisk by ETH when I say it, the ETF might create a floor that we didn't have before, so you don't come all the way down to that bottom. But if you didn't take out your all-time highs, if you double top, or if you, even worse, came out underneath your all-time highs, if you missed your all-time highs by 30%, there's no reason that you can't take out your prior all-time lows by 30% because alts always retrace that same 90 to 95%.
More than half the way to 800 is already in the chart on ETH though, so. Well,
Mm-hmm. But like
what would
any
be
alt,
catastrophic
right?
would be to lose 800.
What was the bottom? 750 during the
800 from
last.
memory? Oh, roughly 800.
No, that would be bad. But we double topped off of all-time highs. Right? So if you just look at it like this. Dun, 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 and then put on the 4-year cycle indicator. All right. So if you just look at it like this is our all-time high during the last cycle. Right? And then this is the all-time low. ETH doesn't have diminished returns to the bottom the way that Bitcoin does. Right? It tends to go down that 85% or so about every time. So my theory is any alt, not just ETH, but any alt that hasn't taken out its highs, you can't rule out it coming all the way back down to its lows because the retracement is basically standard unless you're Bitcoin. Like Bitcoin has diminished returns, but nothing else tends to. I mean, they can go more. This is like best case scenario, right? They can definitely go more. Yeah. No, they could definitely go more. There's no bottom limit, but that's why I said
it's
that
even more likely to go down more now because Bitcoin in the meantime doubled. Like more money came into the market.
At the very least, you can't rule it out, right? So like any alt, like if we go to like AVAX or something like that, and we do the same thing, right? We look at it, we say, okay, this was the all-time high on AVAX during the last, right? And this was the low. Well, we missed the all-time high by how much? 120%, give or take. Right? So then what's stopping you from taking out the lows by that amount? Right? If you're gonna have the same retracement. Meaning if
it's probably
AVAX
tokenomics anyway, no?
Yeah, because of the dilution too. So 93%, right? Between 90 and 95%. You do that again. Now, before you get like, yes, that's bad, but in some cases, and remember, we're going from quantitative tightening into a quantitative easing bull market, right? In most cases, that's exactly how you draw a bullish channel. So is it the death for most alts? Yes. Could it be a setup for a crazy bull run for the alts that do survive, even if they took out their lows? Yeah, on the macro, right? Like nothing in TA stops us from seeing this as potentially bullish if it holds. And you would assume that at least it holds. Freaking 3-2. If not, it's a wrap, Like at that point, yeah. If this was a 5-minute chart, I wouldn't want anything to do with. Yeah, I mean, it's even worse.
An 8-year-long reversal pattern. It's 18.
Bro, look at this. Do you think that's button?
I found one that's 20 years old on a chart this week. I traded it. Forgot what was it.
Same thing with our totals, right? We talked about this being an oscillator. Right? Like what if these totals versus like how Callan says, what if these totals versus Bitcoin are just oscillators? Right? And you buy alts when it gets to the bottom, which it never did. And we're trying to make something happen when it wasn't ready. So if this final sweep comes out and we hit bottom on alts, I mean, it's not just total 3, right? If you look at total 2 divided by Bitcoin. Yeah. We won't know until the bottom of this, but what if this is just what alts do against Bitcoin? And then obviously the culprit, if you guys want to blame somebody. ETH BTC.
Forgot which chart it was then. I sold something because it managed to reach the same value as in 2000. So it's like a 26-year-long reversal pattern.
Yeah. For ETH BTC, this downtrend for me is going to be important. Now, ETH underperformed, so I'm not saying it can't break it, but I will be watching that like a hawk. And then if you're wondering why ETH BTC looks so bad.
Oh, ST Microelectronics. Something like that. Yeah, that was it. Oh.
This was our quantitative tightening. I know you guys are tired of seeing this by now, but yeah. So directly
Dbloc.
proportioned to the liquidity being drained out of the market.
What's your do you have any hunch on the sector for alts?
Stables.
Oh, that's too serious. Nothing like cats. I mean, I remember you got cats pretty spot on.
No, we're not in that. We are not in the speculation phase.
That's perfectly a good time to speculate then.
No, we're in what kind of money is going to be coming in right now. That $14 trillion coming in through stables. I want a piece of that. Which means that we have to focus on the chains that are moving the most transactions that are going to benefit from that stable movement. We boiled it down to 4 of them, the best ones. BNB, Ethereum, Solana, Tron. You can add Canton Network to that as well. XLM got the nod over XRP, which was interesting, to say the least.
What's XRP at? No. I'll go check. Is it below $1?
I think they're
$1.
at,
Yeah, okay, it's at $1.
they're
Makes sense.
somewhere between copium and depression.
But no, it's good. $1. It's
I'm a buyer. I'm a buyer at XRP if we get back to the top of that range, like that 40 to 60. If we get down to that 60, anything with a 5 on it, I'll buy some. There's no such thing as a bad coin, just a bad price.
I mean, Golden Pocket is 75. We're at 160. No, I'm not touching golfs anyway.
Heard you.
But it's the 200 MA on the weekly, like Bitcoin, they're at the same position. This symbol doesn't exist. Hey, it's not funny, people. When you stop trading crypto,
You go back to your watch list.
And you come back to your watch list and you look at the amount of this symbol doesn't exist on TradingView. I mean, I have like 7 right now.
I already know.
8.
Look at
look
at the top of my watch list. Launchcoin, KDA, Voxel, KTA, Spec, VRA, VIA.
KDA had already moved because it got delisted back when I was still trading. So no, this like it's not that old.
Moment of silence.
Massa, Seraph. We got plenty. Ape? No, did they delisted Ape really?
There's been a couple of high-profile delistings. Yeah.
No, it's probably still traded, but not on this.
Launchcoin, bro. Launchcoin was such a beast. Bro, for like 6 months, Launchcoin was either the very top gainer on my list or the very top loser. It was never in the middle. Literally was never in the middle. It was always the best or the absolute worst.
I see.
It's such a joy to scalp.
Trump is at $1. You know, just
Trump, Melania, all of that
I-
shit is wrecked.
But you know they cheated. Like they literally erased the chart on Mexi. Trump was already at $1 before it got released on every other exchange on Mexi. Now it's back at $1. Well, a bit higher, but yeah, almost back to where it all started from.
Mhm.
We never could buy it at $1. Well, unless you would have bought it on Mexi before. Yeah, well, some people probably managed, but very little.
Done a lot since you've been gone, bro. Put a whole school together. I've taken advantage of this bear market. I've done a lot of shit.
I saw the notifications and on Dbloc. I did follow a bit. I'm just not like
Nah, already. Everybody was asking, "Where's Lucy?" I'm like, "It's the bear market, guys.
too busy.
People need to
Yeah,
unplug. You know, not everybody can do this 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Nor
also,
should
it gets
you.
on. I mean, yeah, it gets on your.
Of course.
I didn't know you could be in love with objects.
You need to move to America. That's how we do love over here.
Nah, it's not my way. But
I know.
yeah, I guess I understand a bit now.
Go listen to one of these guys talk about their cars on the weekend.
Women don't care that much about cars here.
Nah, women's gonna be their favorite pair of like shoes or a house. You'll hear women talk about a house like it's their baby. That Birkin bag that they're lusting
Yeah,
over.
that's true. Yeah, but cars, not sure you can really
Guys
impress
is
a
like
girl with her. I mean,
watches. I know
there's
girls
an
that are.
effect, of course, but
I know tons of girls that are into watches too. It's just status, bro. It's what it is. Where you really, you know what I mean? We're in such an influencer heavy sort of culture right now that like everybody's trying to make their real life look like their favorite Instagram profile. When that Instagram profile is fake as shit. Don't go broke trying to look rich, yo. Some places in the
how
world
about
you can't
Circle?
do
You
that.
still in Circle?
Yep. Yeah. That's one of my sort of
Nice.
legacy bets for the stable thing. I really don't. I mean, the only thing I don't like about Circle is the relationship they have with Coinbase. Like they've got a 50% revenue share with Coinbase, which sort of slows things down. But yeah, that's always been a long-term play for me. I'm still in that Labubu short, and I've been shorting MicroStrategy since November.
I remember last time you talked. I heard about that. You were saying you were worried because they were gonna release a movie, and
Yeah,
how
they
did
released.
that play out?
They released a movie. Well, they were talking about releasing it here to.
Just curious.
Yeah, they I had to end the short, and then I opened a new short. Where's my?
Oh, so it affected price? It worked, the movie?
Oh yeah. Price went up for a little while, but then it like died out. Like people stopped talking about it, which is good for me. Oh, it's macro TA. Hold on, let me
Oh,
go to YouTube.
so wait, it was losing for a while.
YouTube. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, so it was here that the movie came out. Well, that the announcement for the movie came out. But then it like literally died out. and there was like no buzz or anything. We got to that SR flip. I was like, all right, I'm gonna play this deviation, and luckily it held. Came really close to not working out.
Is it
though.
me or that chart looks like Bitcoin a bit?
kind of. Yeah. From here, it does. But yeah, I mean,
Just
now I don't know.
random.
Lately, the
Just
issue
random
is
this week.
apparently Pop Mart came out with some new little toy that's catching buzz, so I gotta watch that. If that shit gets hype, then this is gonna, because this looks bullish. So I'm actively watching this and sort of putting in the type of research you have to do for that, bro. Is soul sucking. Like you're sitting in chat rooms. You're sitting in chat rooms, 18-year-old girls going crazy over some plush toy. I end up on some type of list just because I'm doing a freaking Labubu research.
Well, if you wanted to DCA for like the coming 6 months, you think it's a good time to start already or not? Because I'm like,
I mean, I personally am gonna start low dollar DCAs on the next dip down when we get to like 52. That's when I'm gonna
when we
grab
turn 16
mom's.
to resistance, you mean?
Yeah, so I'm grab mom's
Oh.
cash app and put her on her DCAs and then start like really low level just buy-ins. Not new money from the old cycle. Just get some of those Bitcoins back in the bag. You know how crazy it is that if you sold your Bitcoin at 120, if you bought a Bitcoin at 15 and you sold it at 120, didn't do anything, right? You didn't even have to catch the top. Let's just say you caught 120. When we came down and hit 59 and everybody was like, that's the bottom, that's it, da da da. Even if it's not and you just bought your shit back, you doubled your amount of Bitcoin.
Yeah.
The
problem was
no
to
worries
fully
in the
exit at
world,
120.
you know.
That takes something I don't have. Yeah, the problem is to fully exit.
Yeah, it's hard, bro. I know I've said this before, but when I said come up with a game plan on what you're gonna do at the top, because when you get there, you're not sober, right? Like when you get there, there's just so much going. There's so much cloudiness, so much murkiness and shit.
It's laziness also in my case. I'm just lazy to try to time all this. I'm like, well, whatever. It's gonna probably go up in 2 years anyway. Why even bother?
That is a fact. Yeah.
So instead of taking a big risk and selling it all, I sell 20%, then it dumps, then I sell another 10%, and then I'm like, all right, screw this. Let's just wait next stop.
Yeah.
But
Not
crypto's probably
losing.
gonna be more interesting to play than Legacy next time. So
I can imagine. I mean, it's gonna be the same sort of deal, right? Legacy doesn't have these type of runs all the time, and just the way that the circular economy that these AI agents have, I mean, that these AI companies have, it's just not sustainable, right? They've been propping themselves up. SpaceX is about to launch at a $1.7 trillion valuation, bro.
yeah, Sin was asking me about that. I told him just open which chart I forgot. I told him open this chart. It'll do the same thing.
Craziness. And then Anthropic and OpenAI coming right up after. Yeah, they're about to suck about $4 trillion out of the market.
Nah.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the valuations are gonna be at altogether. $4 trillion.
If it's not liquid, it doesn't matter. The thing is only 5% of circulating. No, or like I forgot, but
Tesla's only dropping. SpaceX is only dropping 4% of the float, which is
so it's not liquid.
Something
so
I can't remember how many billion.
Trillions.
Yeah, but they're putting them on the index. They changed the rules, so they're placing them on the index within 15 days. Usually you have to wait a year, and there has to be a certain amount of float for you to get into the S&P and NASDAQ and all of that shit, right? These three companies will be placed on indexes within 2 weeks of launching. which means they get
So-
automatic passive income from 401ks.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that's
They're basically selling, you know, these are,
Nasdaq.
you know how it is a business, right? This is an exit plan. Like you've worked on the private company for the longest, you're going public, you get to you get to sell your equity on the open market and you ride off into the sunset. They're just happening to do it at a time where people's 401ks are at their absolute highest because the stock market's been on a tear. Like
That's when they're going to be able to.
That's when they
gain
have-
the most dominance compared to other stocks. Huh?
yeah, exactly. And that's also when the money's available to exit. But if you do it at any other time, there's, you know, the money's not
So-
there.
So they have 96% of the tokens, and they're giving 4% to the public, and
That's just
Yeah.
SpaceX. Anthropic one's going to be worse, though, in my opinion. That's what they're making available, but that doesn't mean that people don't get to sell their shares. Like if you work for
Right.
SpaceX and you have equity, when it goes public, like you can sell your shares on open market now.
but all it takes is a board decision so that they sell more. No.
Yeah, yeah. So it's going to be interesting, right? It'll be a low level sort of liquidity suck. And I think what we're seeing now with all of these heads of projects selling their bags is they're getting ready for the IPOs. Right? They're getting ready to position themselves into these companies. Not necessarily saying that they're going to buy on day one. If they're smart, they're going to wait for the retracement, right?
Well, I'm interested in buying SpaceX, but when I see a reversal pattern, so
Exactly.
if at launch people are FOMOing like hell and it's pumping like hell, exactly like Circle did,
Yep.
then I will not touch it. I'll just let it move, and eventually I'll see a level to buy that fits my strategy, and I'll buy it.
Yep.
For Circle, it was $80. I bought it, then it bumped back up. I just forgot to sell it because I wasn't paying attention.
Mhm.
And honestly, it's small amounts. I guess I'm not really serious. With
It's
my
the
trading.
curse, the early adopter curse, right? It happens with everything, but it definitely happens with IPOs. The first investors that come in on
Even if
IPO
you-
usually get wrecked.
And even if you buy higher, like, maybe it's gonna pump to $100, but eventually it'll slow down. Maybe it'll never get back below open price, right? But it doesn't matter. Like, it's still safer.
Yeah, I agree.
Unless you just want to trade it hourly, daily, or stuff like that.
It's like anything. It's like when you're the first
To
adopter
buy
on the
and forget, it's
iPhone.
not a good idea. IPO, no. Usually,
Unless you're gonna forget for a long time, and at that point, you better not even
Yeah.
look at the chart. Like, don't even bother looking at the chart because you're gonna just.
like there'll be a red candle to buy. Basically, it's what I'm saying. Eventually,
Yeah.
Maybe it'll happen day one. Who knows? It doesn't.
Yeah, I
have to be
saw
a
the
surprise,
Sailor
right?
thing, guys. He's just trying to save some face because he said he's buying. Sailor's always buying, That doesn't stop a bear market. Sailor selling didn't start this, right? Don't let anybody convince you that Sailor selling Bitcoin is why we're sitting here right now. Also, don't let him convince you that him deciding to buy again is supposed to save us or something.
It's just fed anyway. Sailor selling.
He got rid of
True.
he got rid of some, but it didn't have any effect. I mean, not any real effect. It had sentiment effect, but I like it. Listen, I'm for it. We've been telling Sailor to sell for the longest time. But do you guys understand how amazing it would be if Sailor decided to sell every bear market and then just buy back at the bottom with us? He joined the party instead of fighting it.
He probably does it a bit, no?
I'm sure he does it with his private wallet. I would imagine he's not an idiot. The reason he doesn't do it with the public wallet is because those assets are what everything is based on, right? Like he has financial instruments that are backed by Bitcoin. So to them, it's like, why sell, right? We just use the Bitcoin, sell the financial product, use the money from the financial product to buy more Bitcoin, collateralize it. So he changed, I will never sell Bitcoin to I will never be a net seller of Bitcoin. He said, I didn't think I had to make this distinction. Yes, you did, bro. Of course you did. You've been on a million podcasts talking about you're never going to sell Bitcoin ever. And now there's like a little caveat, I'll never be a net seller of Bitcoin.
Is he underwater now? I think his average was 60K, no?
No, I
So
think
he's still in profit actually.
yeah, he's still in profit, and he can eat the dip if he has to.
What if Elon's plan? This could be crazy. What if Elon's plan with this launch is to actually support Bitcoin's bottom with this SpaceX IPO? Because there's a lot of link between Elon, Nvidia. Well, back then, maybe not today. Yeah, now he's like competitor to Nvidia. Actually, easy. No, he's just
What
buying
I
their chip.
don't like personally about the SpaceX IPO is that you're not just buying SpaceX. It's together with XAI. Right. So it's SpaceX and it's XAI. SpaceX is doing great. I think we'll do amazing government contracts, no problem.
Bitcoin,
XAI
no?
is bleeding.
Doesn't
Mm.
SpaceX have Bitcoin?
Yeah, SpaceX is holding Bitcoin.
So there's a direct link between when you buy that stock, you're also gonna help Bitcoin.
Well, we
bottom?
don't know if we don't know what their buying schedule is. Eventually, yeah, I guess every money that goes to them, if they're deciding to buy Bitcoin, will eventually buy Bitcoin. But I don't know if they're on a
That's
regular
supposed to
buy
be
schedule.
public, no?
Yeah,
If the
they have it
company
in their
holds some
release.
Bitcoin.
Yeah.
So how many do they have? Is it significant?
It's not. It hasn't IPO'd yet, so we don't know for sure.
Oh, we don't know yet what the company
Yeah,
owns?
that comes when
Also?
they IPO. They give all those releases and everything.
Because we know SpaceX sold. It's the dump to 20K. That's when Elon was selling to 25K during the sideways movement. Wait, let me.
That was supposedly
Say.
Tesla's, but I'm pretty sure that everything gets sold at the same. I'm pretty sure it's the same, right? If it's your company and you're selling off one,
he could just move from one to another.
Yeah, why would you?
But it was August 23, 2023. We had news of Elon selling Bitcoin basically through companies.
That's when he went on that stupid energy conservation
So he has to buy
bullshit.
eventually. And maybe now he wants to be. No, never mind.
He promised us a long time ago that when Bitcoin was energy efficient, that he would take it for Tesla again, that he would make the announcement that they would take it again for Tesla. And it's been years.
Yeah, but those space miners, it's going to be for AI, not for mining crypto anymore.
Yeah, I agree.
That's not going to change anytime soon.
Yep.
That's why we went to proof of stake instead of work.
Bro, Bitcoin needs to be demolished because of the power consumption of people in their houses with miners and shit, right? But then AI pops and it's like, oh, you get a data center. You get a data center. 40 data centers in one county. Now, power, don't worry about it, guys. We'll make more. Appreciate that, Bosky. My dinner's almost here. I'm starving. What are y'all having for food? Sustenance and such. That's not very French of you.
It's more British, I guess.
Yeah. It's all right. I'm having Chinese food, so it's like, who am I to talk?
I ate Argentinian food.
Yeah, their steaks are amazing. Please tell me you had a big steak. Argentina's got really good beef.
Yeah, but you gotta go to the country to find the good meat, no?
Or a place that sources, right? Like some of the Argentinian steakhouses around here, they source all of their shit from there. But I guess it's a lot closer.
Meat?
No. Like they'll actually source the Argentinian meat. It's like you go to a Japanese Wagyu steakhouse, right? Like they can't use American cattle. Like they gotta. The whole point is that
with
you're
all the
using the good
regulations
stuff.
in Europe, I'm not sure you can even import meat from abroad anymore.
They got that American Wagyu, but that shit is fugazi. It's better than steak, but it's not. It doesn't really touch Japanese Wagyu, unfortunately.
And Argentina's got the chimichurri.
Oh, God. You put that shit on anything. Yeah, good flank steak with some chimichurri.
Truth is, I really missed trading.
Well, you were missed, good sir. I missed you. Everybody's always asking about you. and let them know
Actually, it's
that
you. Yeah, it's
you'd
the
be good.
community I missed probably.
I missed
Talking
you.
about meat. Me too. Missed you all.
We're almost at the bottom, man. Everybody will be back at the bottom.
Solana is at 66. Ooh. Where's Golden Pocket on Sol?
Hey, Dbloc, can I ask you a quick AI question?
Yeah, what's up?
I came in at the last like 20 minutes. Unfortunately, I missed it. I know it's going to get reposted.
Mm-hmm.
What in the Discord do we get that, let's say, YouTubers don't get, or if you have to go in and watch it the following day? Are we just missing that live interaction of questions in the moment?
Yeah, we weren't. We didn't do it on YouTube. We did it down in the auditorium, but I recorded it for anybody that missed it. But yeah, just being able to walk through it live. Right, some people were having some issues. I mean, honestly, not too many people had any issues. The prompts were pretty good. It was all pretty much just cut and paste. But just, questions, being able to ask questions for the most part, especially with the prompt stuff. I think you'll be good just watching the replays.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so what I got out of it was just setting up a snapshot of the morning and getting your goals and really trying to have a good wrangle on what you're doing for each day was what I got at the end of it.
Yep. That's everything that's set up. The first two prompts were just getting Claude to work correctly and like talk to you correctly. And then the other two were the the goals and the goal tracker and the market snapshot. The next Tuesday we'll do the next one. There'll be two options. You could either get that market snapshot, or we're also going to do a dashboard, right? That sort of looks like the OS, where it'll have like tabs that you can click through and all that. So we'll get that set up, and then we'll get into the other stuff. I think we'll probably be able to do 2 prompts a day. I think we'll be able to get through
because of the token issue.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
No problem, brother. Hopefully everybody knocked off some of those checks already on their to-do list.
I'm too lazy.
That's one of the reasons I did it, man. I can't get myself organized, bro. Like I really had to come up with a AI like operating system, bro. It's pretty cool. It like gamifies it, you know what I mean? It's like, did you go to the gym? Boom, you press it, you get some points and shit. You're like, oh, cool, I leveled up, something to try to make it stick. For me, it's like the opposite of lazy, though. It's just I've got so much on my plate that something always falls through the cracks. I'm not always good at making sure that I'm not always good at making sure that it's not something important that falls through the cracks. Sometimes it's bullshit. Sometimes it's like, oh, I probably should have done that. Yep. You can get that market intel to refresh every minute. I mean, it's meant to just give you like a once a day sort of snapshot. But yeah, you can get it to refresh as many times as you want. Now, when it goes out and it looks for the information, right, it's going to burn some of your tokens when it does that, which is like why the AIs that I have, like the government insiders page that we have that updates, all the time. It only updates once a day if they don't find any consensus. But I sent those agents out every 30 minutes to look for shit. So that all burns tokens. So what I wanted to do is give you guys access to the stuff that's basically cheap, right? That you can operate within your either your free or like your, $20, $20 thing. And then I'll try to provide the ones that are more costly. Bro. A lot. It's probably not going to stay at that level just because I've been building a lot. But it's been a lot. It's a lot. I've got the max plan and I've had to add tokens almost every day. Just for the updates that are coming into the Discord and the bots that are set up in the Discord, it's probably about $300 to $400 a month. Give or take. But yeah, all of it has a cost, right? All the Bobby videos, those are like rendered scene by scene.
So if it's too early for cats, what you said, stablecoin stuff, RWA.
Even stablecoin stuff is too early, right? That's just what I'm looking at the bottom of the market. Right now, the way it's been working, it hasn't really been narrative. It's like one thing catches and everybody jumps on it. Like what's moving right now, yo? What was today's or yesterday's runner? Zach just finished its run. Before that, it was XLM. Before, you know what I mean?
Zcash.
Like, yeah,
Is it Zcash?
Yeah, Zcash.
I think I'd already run a lot. Wait, I'll go look at the chart.
Zcash went crazy, and then they found a vulnerability that gave them the ability to double spend inside of the shielded account. And go look at what happened to the chart. Bro, probably the worst vulnerability you could find, like the absolute worst possible thing you could find on a privacy coin on top of it. And it's happening inside the shielded account, so they can't tell if it's been exploited or not. They don't know. So basically, they don't know how many ZEC there are. So how do you price something? Yeah, it's just a mess, bro. It's a mess right now.
Hey, if it doesn't trade below that 300 and you go back up again, you're gonna have an inverted head and shoulder.
Korean market's catching a bad one. Yeah, I mean, when semis come down, that's going to take that market down, that entire market down. It's being propped up by semis for the most part. Remember that we just saw every yield across the world, across every country hit all-time highs for the most part, or unsustainable highs. Right, when we did that deep dive on bonds 2 weeks ago, this was sort of what we were warning about, right? It's going to trickle down. It's going to affect the market. People are going to start to think about positioning long term.
What you said about Zcash doesn't really make sense. That chart is still high up there. Like,
No, it literally just happened. It needs to lose a bunch. Like it ran like crazy. They had a great last month or two.
it's still up there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, just did a wick to liquidate longs, basically, thanks to a FUD attack.
FUD news, yeah. And it was self-inflicted FUD because the exploit was found in a hackathon.
Oh, so they paid people to find an exploit and they went public with it, which is very transparent and nice, actually.
Yeah, but the problem is that nobody knows. So I would assume that the team at the highest management level had nothing to do with it, or why the hell would you have a hackathon, right? But the problem now that people are saying is we don't know if anybody underneath middle management could have been exploiting this for the longest.
It doesn't matter if it was with a malicious intent that somebody found that flow, the chart would be at zero.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's what happened to AXS, for example.
Yeah. The only reason, in my opinion, it's holding up.
90. They would have exploited it and extracted money.
Yeah. But if somebody did run the exploit and double spend out of the shielded account, there would be no way to tell. because of the nature of the shielded account.
The chart would tell you, no?
No. I mean, but I'm talking about on chain. Like there's no way to verify or rule out the possibility, which is funny because now you got all of the privacy guys, all the ZEC privacy guys on Twitter demanding transparency. It's just kind of ironic.
Private transparent.
So, and what's funny is that on the ZEC side, they're saying the only way for us to know exactly what happened in the shielded account is to unshield everything in the shielded account. And then the guys are like, okay, hold on. There's got to be another way, guys. Chill out for a second. Like, oh, okay, so you want transparency on our side, but you don't want the world to see. But to be fair, like somebody was saying earlier, and it's true, the amount of shielded transactions that happen on ZEC are like at 15%. It's not like Monero, right? Where there's a reason they call Monero cartel coin, you know? ZEC,
Monero is banned from a lot of exchanges.
yeah. ZEC is more seen as, well, from their side, they like to call it Bitcoin with privacy because it's the same 21 million, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I know for a privacy coin, you need trust because people who mess with privacy coins are already paranoid. And if you don't have the trust of the community, you're going to have a hard run of it. Nah, don't get addicted to it, Eucharist. The trick is to use AI to do all the mundane tasks that keeping you from having more time to do the stuff that you want to do. Don't be me, bro. I'll tell you exactly the cycle that I went through, right? I started off doing about 5 to 6 hours of research and then another hour of like compilation per day, right? This is pre-AI. Right? 7 hours. And then AI cut that down to about 3.5 hours for me. Right? I do my research, you do your research, we meet up at the middle, I look at everything at the end, you know? So I cut that down to 3 hours, right? Which means that I gained 4 hours in a day for free time.
So in your case, it's useful AI.
Well,
Me,
let me get to let me finish this. So yeah, it went from 7 hours to 3 hours. Then my dumbass decided to fill these 4 hours that I got for free working because I can be more productive. And now I'm back to 7 hours a day. So you don't have to do this part. Get those 4 hours back and go chill with the fam. You know what I mean? But there is a bit of a trap because it's going to make you more productive. And then instead of taking that time off, you're just going to find more stuff to fill it with. You know what I mean? Luckily, I had a ton of shit that needed to get done. So, but
before, when I had something on my mind, I wouldn't just chat with AI about it to find this or that, and then go diverge onto something else and this and that. No, honestly, I'm staying far from AI now.
it depends on how you use it. What I've been telling people is don't use this to reason for you. You have your strengths as a human. Keep those, right? But unless you want to spend 2 hours going through your emails or, I mean, just something as simple, bro. I had to go through my Gmail the other day and clear out. I can't even tell you how many emails that I was never going to get to. We're just going to sit there. This is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life when I open my email up now. Like I actually want to use it, you know? Or like having prioritized urgent messages. It's like having an assistant. You're not going to sit the assistant in front of the desk and say, here, trade my money for me, right? You're like, no, dude, you do all of that so that I can concentrate on this. just the boring and mundane shit. Because what happens is if you start using AI, like let's say you're, but whatever, like TA, right? Let's say you're good at TA. You start using AI to do TA for you, you're gonna get worse at TA, or at the very minimum, you're not gonna get any better. And then what happens one day when you don't have that crutch anymore? Work on making your
I mean, it's
strengths
important to use
stronger.
it, but the addiction is pretty bad there.
You got to be careful. Yeah, I mean, I've seen people like talking to it. Like, there's a lot of lonely people, bro. Let's just put it like that. And it could be very addicting to talk to something that's empathic, and you know what I mean.
But I don't know that part, but I know that relationship-wise, AI isn't really something you should use too much.
No.
You gotta be natural.
It's a tool
Quick
like anything else.
Quick AI story. A guy told me today, and this is in a major U.S. city, that he works for the city. He's a graphic designer, but he and about 50 other people, they were taken to these classes, seminars for multiple days to learn how to literally clone themselves so that they can begin managing themselves instead of being themselves.
It's no, bro. It's TikTok is the funniest shit ever, bro. There's this girl on there. She was so pissed. She was showing an email that they sent her, and they sent her a problem. They were like, Susan, we would like you to leverage AI to find a solution for this shit. She's like, leverage AI? I went to school for 12 years. You guys pay me a 6-figure salary for my brain, and I'm reduced to just monkey prompting this thing to get like, people are pissed, bro. People are pissed. And like somebody in chat was saying the other day, right? Their manager has full access to their virtual networks, right? They're encouraged to use AI, but the way they use it and the process that they go through to get their job done is being recorded, right? A month of that, and they're not needed anymore. You're literally training the AI to take your job. And these middle managers, they think they're safe, but they're gone too. Because what are you going to manage when all the employees are gone?
They want their face, they want their voice, they want their unique persona, which may last for a little while longer, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's going to be waves, right? I think first the wave is going to be employee that use AI are going to rise to sort of the cream of the crop of their business. And then the employers are going to demand that everybody use AI. And then you're going to be judged not by your old productivity standards, but by the new ones, right? Are you doing the job of 3 people? Or you're still doing the job of 1 person? And that'll go boiling down until there's, 1 or 2 people per department.
Did you notice near pumping to $3 this week or last week? Was it last week? Yeah, this week I think. Huh?
Yeah. Anything.
Some alts are not completely dead.
They just got hit so hard. You had so much seller exhaustion. These things have already hit their 10-10 wicks. Most of them. And the ones that haven't, I still think have that in the cards.
Oh yeah, 10-10. Well, yeah, the near went much lower afterwards in February. Made a new bear market bottom actually, and then.
That's what I mean. Like they bottomed out. They filled their, they filled their wicks. There's really not a whole hell of a lot down there. There's definitely not a lot of people left to sell. But that, that changes, right? That'll change as soon as the Bitcoin value of that coin goes down. When Bitcoin goes down 5%,
it's
and
the
it
alt
goes
season
down 15.
I mentioned before you came. We are in some sort of alt season during the bear market.
There's an alt run happening, yeah, but season we have to be careful because we know that that's a very specific thing. But there's been an alt run for sure. Bitcoin, when Bitcoin pops and it holds, that's what you want to see. And we saw what happened with dominance. Bro, you weren't here, but watching dominance at 60%, above 60% this late into the bear market was absolutely crazy, bro. And then one day, well, not even one day, recently, she just fell off a cliff and finally broke that channel. So this is the run that we've seen on alts lately.
A year ago, I put a downward yellow arrow on that dominance chart, and looks like we're going down since. So for me, something started last June, but and now 61.5%. November 2024 is now resistance.
You remember all of these? Alt season? Question mark? No. Okay, now. Ready? No,
Yeah.
now. And then we finally got what we waited for and did not get that. Like, so disappointing, bro.
Yeah, but it came so late that Bitcoin's bear market started. But that means you're safer holding the good shitcoins.
I really do think that this next, what I hope is that the lessons from this bull market where people are so like standoffish with alts, I just hope that doesn't carry into the next, because if we do have quantitative easing during the next, you're going to see alts perform the way they're supposed to.
But it reminds me of BNB. I remember you said, well, you regretted a bit not going in BNB during the bear, right? So,
Yeah.
well, this time it's probably not going to be BNB. It'll be probably another coin, which is very hard to predict and find. So it's probably not worth the risk. But
Tron.
oh, you have your idea already.
Go look at Tron, bro. Look at this thing. Tron is very, you know how we feel about Tron in the US. It's like, well, Justin Sun, you know. But Tron is the T in the BEST for stable coins. And it's been, in my opinion, the biggest winner when it came to the Genius Act. Right. If we look at Tron, excuse me, get rid of this. Look at Tron BNB. I mean, look at Tron Bitcoin.
It's TRX? No, Tron.
I'm gonna get an older chart. Oh, this is the wrong. My bad. I was wondering.
It's TRX, Tron. Add the ticker TRX.
Yeah, but the it gave me the Tron from Nasdaq.
Oh yeah, I think it's holding. Interesting.
I mean, this is its performance against Bitcoin. Like, that is abnormal performance against Bitcoin over the last how many years, where it's literally uptrended against it's hard to find a chart. It's hard to find an altcoin chart that looks like this.
It's all
against
Bitcoin.
Bitcoin.
You notice how last run in 2021, so not this bull run, the previous bull run, Tron couldn't really do much against Bitcoin. So it's the cycle afterwards that it's able to get out of its downtrend. It started all the way back at release in 2017, because this thing has been dumping since 2017, right? And then something changed a bit since 23, 24, 25. Well, just recently, yeah. It went sideways then for like 3 years, and now it's trying to go up a bit.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. But the chart itself,
so good alts need multiple cycles to start outperforming Bitcoin.
so I mean, for me, this is having its BNB run against Bitcoin during the bear, right? It's very similar. It's actually ticking up. And it's USD.
It's much smaller though. No, isn't TRX like small cap?
It's smaller than BNB, but it's not necessarily tiny. And we've had such a shakeup. Let's see. ADA's in like 15th.
Oh, it's not top 10 anymore.
Remember we talked about there's gonna be a big shakeup at the top of this. At the top of this market. Tron is 8th. Cardano is now underneath Canton Network. So our new top 10 is Bitcoin, Ethereum, Tether, BNB, USDC, XRP, Solana,
28.
Tron, Hyperliquid, and Dogecoin still holding on. Doge is the next one to go, guys. If anything's going to get knocked off this list next, it's probably going to be Doge.
Or why are you feeling Doge doesn't deserve its top 10 position?
Not that they don't. I just think that when you look what's underneath, right? Chainlink,
Dbloc,
CC, XLM. You know, Doge doesn't have to lose any. It just has to get overtaken by something underneath it.
Crypto is trying to become serious now already?
It's
Oh.
crazy. It's like it's people are calling it Bitcoin's IPO moment. Right, where you go off of the
What?
speculation, like during the
There'll
during the
always be a meme
.com,
up in the top 10.
during the .com when people jumped off the GoDaddies and all the bullshit and got serious, and the cream started rising to the top, sort of thing. That's what they're saying about this season. Like, this bear market is going to get rid of all the alts that aren't shit, and then the ones that are left are probably going to be the ones that people start to look forward, into the future.
You're telling me we're not gonna trade farts?
Oh no, you kidding me? You
bombs
can't stop
and
these. You
cats
can't stop
and stuff
degens
like
from
that anymore?
degening. No, you can't stop degens from degening. But we
you can
did
force them
lose
to degen on
Polymarket
serious charts.
or Alshi. The degens are gone, bro. The degens are over there betting on if it's gonna rain in New York within the next 15 minutes. And they're all playing on Polymarket, and fucking, it's crazy, bro. It's seriously degenerate. And what's even worse is that they were like, "Hey, aren't you guys tired of getting screwed by those crypto guys? You don't know shit about meme coin. You thought, you knew memes, so you weren't gonna go. You're a political expert. You learned everything about politics since COVID, right? You're good at sports. You're a damn near a future teller. So just come over here, put your paycheck in some bets, and then our insiders will, screw you." The amount of money that's flowing through prediction markets right now is insane. Put it this way: who's gonna miss retail more than us? Exchanges, right? Because exchanges missed that transaction. What has every exchange done in the last 4 months? They've opened their own prediction markets. You can go on crypto.com right now and bet on if it's gonna rain tomorrow. It's ridiculous. Like, why trade Bitcoin when you could go on Kalshi and put a bet on 15-minute up and down? If you don't know TA, you've got as much. You're betting anyways, right? Except you could probably pull a 4x on a 10% move because of the way that the bets are set up over there. So they're basically taking everybody. Anybody that's willing to gamble and be degens are over there on Poly. Speaking of, let me check my Poly bet for the attack on Cuba. Hey, look, if you can't beat them,
There's a morale issue going on here. This should all be banned.
if you can't beat them, you join them, bro.
What's the ethics?
Crazy you just said that.
Where's the
40%,
ethics?
39%. I might get screwed on this bet, man. It's actually I bought it at 34 and it went up as high as 50 something. But I've got till December.
Once a degen, always a degen.
There are some bets over there that are exploitable, like meaning don't bet on outcomes, right? But there's inefficiencies in the way that the system works, where there's percentages that you can squeeze out of events that have already, like, let's say the event's already happened or it's already solidified what's going to happen, but the timer hasn't run out on the bet, or there's a mispricing on the bet, right? There's little things that you can. I'm actually working on something that'll help pull those out, but it's going to be very boring because it's not going to be about predicting the future. It's going to be about taking advantage of inefficiencies. What's going on, AZ? Oh, my Chinese food is getting closer. I'm already working on it, Eucharist. Bro, the Coinbase investor meeting they had the other day. Brian Armstrong finished the meeting, right? Was saying bye, and then he was like, "Oh yeah, before I forget, cryptocurrency, security, quantum resistance, meme coins, DeFi, Clarity Act." Okay, thank you guys, and then walked out. He literally said all the words that were on the poly market bet on what words will Brian Armstrong say during the event. Right, you can bet on what Trump will say during a speech. Bro, he read the entire list and then walked out the room. That shit was funny.
And it's allowed.
It's just we're in such a gray area, bro. Nothing is stopping him from making
It's gonna be
bets.
banned eventually, you know.
That's what I'm saying. Nothing is stopping him or his wife's neighbor or his wife's neighbor's third cousin-in-law from putting a bet on all of those words, max bet. Right? There's nothing stopping him from being $100,000 in debt to somebody and saying, "Look, I'm about to go do this speech. Put 20K on each one of these words." And then paying off his bet by saying a ridiculous sentence. You get what I mean? Like, you see where the issues come in?
The ethics, yeah. There's
It's
a
so
ethical
easy to
problem.
exploit that shit. Like,
Oh.
if you were an intern, you just got out of college and you worked on Trump's speech writing team, and you were the person that took the speech right and then put it in the copy machine and made copies for everybody, just that access could make you rich in the next year. And there's nothing to, there's, how do you get caught? Like the guy, well, let's talk about getting caught. That special teams guy that put the bet about going into Venezuela. He bet on every poly market bet that had to do with going into Venezuela right before they went in, and he knew they were going in. And they got his ass. But normal people, for the most part, if you're smart, pretty sure it's not hard to get away with it. The thing is, too, you don't need many bets. Right? The way that shit works, it settles to $1. So if you buy a bet for 5 cents, you buy a bet for 10 cents and it settles at $1, you just got a 10x. Beat, that's the one that's been moving lately, Zusi.
What?
Beat, BEAT USD. It's just random, bro. Once in a while they pop, and then degens keep them pumping for a couple weeks, and then they get pulled and they move on to another one.
Oh. Too late. Could be a nice short, maybe? No, I'm not shorting shitcoins. No. Well, I mean, it's not that far from putting a higher high. 4.87.
Yeah, there's always been something. There's been something moving. It's kind of nice, right? Because it feels like how it felt before memes, where if the degens were gonna degen, you knew what they were degening in. There's only 1 or 2 coins, and everybody's money was like all in the same place. So it moved and it held and it kept moving. Instead of 10 million degens trading 7 million different coins.
Tiny gap upward on CME going on here. Well, I mean, that's not significant.
CME's gone. You weren't here for it. CME's 24/7 now. Yep.
But maybe, but it's still gapped.
The chart is the chart is not good. Yeah, there's 24-hour trading. The over the weekend trades still settle on Monday, but there's no gaps anymore.
It's still gapped. I see the gap. It's
It's
in
the chart. The chart hasn't been fixed. The chart's still running off of the old timing.
I mean, it's just $50 anyway, so I wouldn't
Yeah.
really call that anything significant. But there's a gap between
And
close
what's been interesting is that they've actually been still respecting the same sort of weekend trap scenario, even with no CME.
So CME is now open, but I don't see it in the chart.
The chart
So
isn't
that's not the
working,
CME that's
Zeusy.
open.
The chart's
What?
not
It's not
working.
working?
CME chart doesn't matter anymore because it doesn't close, so there's no difference between future and spot prices.
But,
The
if
premium
CME
has been turned into nada.
I don't understand, sorry, but if the chart is not
The
trading,
chart
why
is
are
not
my candles not
working.
moving?
The chart isn't working. The
So how
chart
do you
is
trade
still.
CME if you can't even chart it?
You can. You have to. CME is not a thing anymore. CME is not a thing anymore. The only effect that it has now is that
Sorry, I
Asian
understand,
markets are more volatile because for
there's
the
a gap
first
at
time.
78.5.
Oh my God. Okay.
I
I
don't
will
care.
listen. I will try to get them to fix the chart for you as soon as possible.
No, there's no need.
I love this.
There's no need. I don't care why, what. I don't care. There are gaps in that chart still, and they need to be filled. Look, 80K is a gap.
That's funny.
And we exactly filled it. I mean, that's what happened. In May, we saw Bitcoin rise back up to 80K.
It's on. This is the second weekend that CME has been
it's
open.
really
It just
new that
yeah.
chart doesn't work.
Yeah, it's just
Well,
the
they'll
second
fix
weekend.
it, I hope, because it's still gapping.
Yeah. It's been interesting. But yeah, we're in that mode now where we're mapping the weekends out to see if my instinct is that the algo stays the same. We respect the psychological high and low the same way we respected CME close. And the past 2 weekends, we've kept the ghost of CME line up just to see where it would be, see how the algos are reacting, and it's very similar. They haven't really changed a whole hell of a lot. Asia, though, interesting thing about Asia is for the first time in 9 years, they can hedge their bets during their session. They weren't able to before, so now they can go heavier. We've been seeing a lot of unusual volatility for Asia. You know, they're usually calm and collected. Food is here.
In the case Bitcoin reacts at 61,900 and reverses back up, well, it'll just be a CME gap fill.
Hey, people still trade moon cycles, okay? I don't expect people to stop trading CME anytime. I actually expect them to continue to trade it so that I can take advantage of it.
There was never a fundamental reason for it to have any effect. It's just because
No, it was. There's a huge gap during the, CME's closed. There's a massive gap in the books. There's an imbalance that needs to be filled. There's orders that need to be picked up. There was definitely a technical reason for our retracements. Now, was there also on top of it a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? We're all trading to, yeah, of course.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, that helps.
People
That's why it's still that's exactly why it's still happening.
Since Bitcoin exists.
Yeah, that's exactly why it's still happening, because people are just trained to trade that way. But yeah, 9 years ago, 2017, we're going back to trading like it was before 2017, right? Before 2017, there was no CME.
Why would you go back to 2017 if the chart isn't fixed and it still has gaps and we need proof it doesn't work anymore?
That's what I said. We're on week 2 of my thesis is that it's going to work exactly the way it's been working, because the dominating factor for it has been market makers' weekly inventory cycle. CME is just what they use to lock the algos to on the weekend. So instead of CME, they'll just use psychological ranges,
Also,
which is what they've been doing.
Nasdaq is still closed during the weekend, so you can't trade Tesla or MicroStrategy.
Yeah, no,
or
that's other.
altcoins,
Yeah,
so
that's them.
that's still there. So
Yeah, that's them on that side. And the trades that come in on the weekend don't settle until Monday, or don't settle until Sunday afternoon. So there's still liquidity issues. But like I said, it gives Asia the opportunity, and not just Asian market makers, but Asian traders, Asian whales, Asian hedge funds. It gives them the opportunity to go heavier, because now they can hedge their bets. You don't put $100 billion bet in if you can't hedge directional. And we've been seeing it. We've been seeing the whales. We've been seeing the whales go crazy during Asian session. Right here, this volatility that we had inside of this W, so much money went back and forth right there. Market makers still held it together.
VIX must be going crazy, no? With all this pump.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right, y'all. My food is here. I am going to go eat, and I will be back. Make good choices.
See you, Dbloc. Was a pleasure chatting with
Yeah,
you.
bro. Good to hear from you again,
I heard
Susie.
Imad and
Stop doing that going away stuff.
And someone else, actually, I recognized.
Yeah, a lot of people are still here.
Bon appétit.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Catch you guys soon.
Well, trade safe, everybody. Take care. See you.
Bye, Zeus. Good to hear from you.
What's going on, gang? Give me a second. I'm just getting back. All right, so macro, we're still well, not macro, but bit of a zoomed out view. We're still fractaling. Right, we had our first W, second W. We can actually give me a second and a third. I'm not adding all the W's. I'm not about to sit here and start stacking 20 W's in a row. I'm just gonna give you the measured moves. This is the one that I think gets rejected, but who knows? Target is still 800 EMA on the 15-minute or the 200 EMA on the hour, however you want to look at it. This is our first measured move that would take us above there. For those that don't see where it's coming from, give me a second. First W. Second. Third. It's that third W that has that measured move. But remember, all fractals come to an end. The 15-minute has sort of been 15-minute has sort of been, in my opinion, what they've been using here for these moves. So I'm going to assume that the 800 EMA on the 15 is the target from Universal. But we'll see. So these dotted lines up here are basically potential targets to the top side. Immediate bearishness is if we break. We lose the 50 and we don't hold this uptrend of this bearish channel, then we're looking at 619. Eat all of these liquidations all the way down to the bottom of the liquidations. And there's the break. Two of these, this measured move and this measured move, get invalidated in the next minute if we close down underneath these type 2s. You guys are watching a rerun, bro. Seen this episode already. That's got to be an episode from 3 weeks ago that you're looking at on the war. I can't be the only one that's burnt out, right, on this worst shit. I mean, we got to pay attention, obviously, because it's what we do, but I'm tired, coach. Right. The press office was like, what's today's news? But like, I don't know. I was busy. Just run 3 weeks ago. They won't notice. Nobody's paying attention anymore. Nah. I mean, it's cool. We have to pay attention, right? We can't. As exhausting as that shit is, I still pay attention to it every day. It's just exhausting because after a while, it's just obvious that you're being yanked around by the feels, you know? Damn, right as you get home, Ghost? Bro, they tried that shit already, Connor. Nobody cared, bro. They were like, UFOs, cool story. They did too good of a job convincing everybody that everything's bullshit, and now the propaganda don't work no more because we just don't believe shit, period. So those little gray men touched down outside my house and asked me to take him to my leader. I call bullshit. Nah, I'm kidding. Y'all know I believe in aliens. Yeah, that's why I was asking if he was home from vacation already. That's a wild welcome home. I hear that. I've been saying it for the longest, man. I said it like when we did our deep dive on everything. I was like, just pay it. There's certain areas of the world that I'm watching for some sort of bullshit to pop off. I'm watching the West Coast of the United States, and I'm watching the Temple Mount. I don't know, man. History has a funny way of bringing everybody on board with a war right at the time when people are tired of it. Just saying. I'll tell you where I'm at with it, and I'm at this point with it on both sides. Right? I'll tell you where I'm at with it. I watched those videos, and the only thing I could tell you for sure is that a rocket hit a building and the building fell. Like, that's where I'm at with it. That's it. I can't tell you where the building was. I can't tell you where the rocket came from. I can't, you know what I mean? I could tell you what they tell me, like you know. But who knows, bro? People take advantage of the fog of war. The one story that started bubbling up that really worried me, which is what I was saying, I was watching the West Coast, was they started releasing reports of Iranian drones being able to make it to the West Coast of the United States. Some bullshit. It's like I can already smell them cooking up. But I'm telling you right now, watch that Temple Mount. Remember we talked about when we did the eschatology of everybody involved. There's only a couple of things that they agree on has to happen. And one of them is the rebuilding of that temple. And also remember that Israel has that Samson option that oh yeah, we're there. Anything happens to that temple, this turned into something else, mark my words. This is no longer about what it used to be about. Did we get 50% of that vector? We did. Well, we is a lot of people. I'm using the words they more and more often. Nah, I mean, I don't think it's bullshit, but do you get what I'm saying? Like, let's reverse it, right? So nobody thinks I'm coping for one side or the other. Let's say Iran gets hit. There's videos of Iran getting hit by a bunch of missiles. They tell us it came from Israel. Cool. Did it come from that direction? Yeah. Yeah. Are there a lot of countries in between this and that place? Can I tell by the video that I saw on television exactly what's going on? I just seen some shit blow up. Like that's the point that I'm at right now. We're in a weird situation where too many people benefit from this thing continuing, which sounds crazy. What's win though? We don't even know what win is. There isn't even a list of wins. Open the straight and give up your nukes, right? Shit, we took out their nukes before we got there, and the straight was open before we got there. So are we saying that a win for us now is just to take shit back to how it was before we got there and then we'll leave? Because if that's a W, we just wasted a lot of time and spent a lot of money. You know, took out one guy, replaced him, took out another guy, replaced him, took out another guy. Keep popping them in place. So it's like, that's the problem, right? Usually military operations have a goal. Yeah, I know, right? Bringing democracy to Iran, that's the next thing. Be like some Iraq war shit. Bro, women are treated bad everywhere. If you believe for 1 second that we're over there because of how they treat women, you guys know what I think. I haven't been secret about it. This is geopolitics playing out. This was a really stupid attempt by us to try to knock China back because they were getting close and it backfired. And now Iran, Russia, China, and the rest of BRICS are taking advantage of it to kill the petrodollar. It just did. The initial reason we went in is because Israel was about to do something stupid. But we tried to take advantage because we were coming off of... If you don't think that when we went into Venezuela that there was already plans to go into Iran, then you haven't been paying attention. One is directly linked to the other. The official story is that we got intelligence that Israel was going to do something that we didn't want them to do, so we stepped in. I think it's pretty obvious what the assumption is on what they were going to do. Oh, am I muted on Discord? My bad, John. Give me a second. Discord, I had you guys muted. Sorry about that. Bro, rewind the stream. I literally just said it. Like right after you asked. There's two major things that are happening right now. Iran's trying to prove to the surrounding countries that the United States can't protect them or ensure their deliveries. And Israel and the United States is trying to prove to the world that Iran is being too aggressive and they need to be stopped. They're trying to win favor for this war, which they're losing. And they're losing favor for the war, not because of anybody thinks Iran's amazing and should stay in power. They're losing favor for the war because it's costing the world too much money. Just my opinion, though. I'm just a guy in a chair. I think Israel was going to go in and take out the big guy, but they were going to go in and take out the big guy with a big boom, and it would have destabilized the region. So we handled it in what we thought was a more effective way. A comfy chair, too, on top of it. Yep. Nobody ever gets a benefit by mistake. That's one thing that I've learned in life. Right? When somebody benefits from somebody, 9 times out of 10, they had a direct involvement with creating that situation. And this just checks off too many boxes. And that's why I say that too many people on both sides are financially incentivized to keep this war going. I don't know. I think people just have a hard time. This type of thing draws lines in the sand, and we tend to like circle the wagons, and get defensive depending on what side or the other that we're on. But that's usually what makes it hard to see. I think that's our best option. I think our best option is probably one last strike, and then we declare victory for some random innocuous reason. And we go home, and the war continues without us. What's best for the world is that we sit there and fix it and don't leave until everything is the way we found it. But I don't know if we have the political appetite to do that, because we've got elections coming up in November. See it and do what? Ghost, you home, bro? You good? Anything get messed up around the way? What a way to get welcome back home. Bro, you're tripping. Be standing out there by yourself. Old heads try to tell us in the 60s and the 70s when there was still a chance. It's a wrap for all that type of talk. I'm glad nothing got messed up around the way. That should have still shake you up, though. No pun intended. Damn. Didn't see that. Let's go to the weekly. I want to see if we lost. Losing the 50 on the weekly is really going to be the issue here. Right? As long as we're hanging out. I think this still has a possibility. I would have liked to see that stopping volume candle not get taken out, though. Can't lie about that. Losing the 200. 800 is at 32. Well, in my opinion, what saves this is the reddest of red days on ES. So let's go take a look at ES real quick. Because the money to save this is going to have to come from here. Losing the 800 EMA on the 6 hour. Where's that? Turn this off. Give me a second. Let's go to ES. I mean, it looks good, but it's gonna have to continue. I do expect a red, a bloody day on ES. I've been feeding this. I've been feeding the puts on this thing for a while, bro. I was quite uncomfortably underwater, but months, 3 months. So the timing wise, I'm not worried about it. But if we lose the 50 here, then I think that gold can hold its 50. Or basically the 200 on the 4 hour. You guys think the Bitcoin top was spectacular when this thing gives up and goes? It's going to be ugly. Ugly. All right, we retested that bear flag, did not hold, so I'm looking for 619. These are invalid. You have to come way down lower to invalidate some of the other measured moves, though. So bears don't start celebrating too soon. Remember, false move up has until Monday at midnight, right? Which is this line right here. Corrective move to grab some liquidity, 200 EMA, continuation, all of that shit is still possible. It's dark in my office right now. That camera's so sensitive that it's picking up the LEDs from the computer on the other side of the room. That's crazy. I just realized what it looks like on the screen. Mm. Anybody who missed AI class tonight, I'll have everything posted by the morning. Well, by tonight, hopefully. I think this video is probably done rendering already. The prompts are already in there, but you want to rewatch the video while you set up your prompts. There's some value doing it that way. The measured move, by the way, this red line just comes from the poll. I just didn't want to clutter. I didn't want to clutter the screen with shit. But it's the same. A little lower, actually. So it's 617, not 619. Let me see something. Where's Lucy? Lucy's not here anymore. He's not going to be here to see his CME gap close. 5 minutes before the ghost of CME would open, price took off, which is, like I said, the order settling from the weekend. Right? Remember, we said one of the things we'll have to look forward to with this new setup is having all the orders on the weekend come in and settle at one time. So this was that move here. But if it was 3 weeks ago, then that would have left big CME gap. This big. And what's market maker done since then? There, I fixed it. It's been interesting watching everything play out under this sort of new paradigm. And I'm glad that it's, I'm glad, obviously, that it's playing out sort of like what what I thought my thesis. But I can't lie, I'm a little bit disappointed. I might be speaking too soon. I'm probably knock on wood. I don't know. I don't know if it's disappointed or impressed that market maker is able to hold it together even with this increased volume. But I feel like it's supposed to be a boom, a loud earth-shattering boom. Yeah, I only TP'd once. I had 2 TPs set. You know what I really want is that what I really want is that 800 on the 15. Right. So timing wise, I sort of figured that's almost going to be the same as this measured move. And so I only really had 2 TPs, which is here, which wasn't really a TP. It's me moving my stops in the profit, which is basically like a TP for the bottom. And then my actual TP when we hit the 800. So my stop is sitting right around 612, 619 something ish. Or sorry, other way, not 619, 6129 something. It's inside of this. Let's get it. Yeah. Yeah, Bitcoin's boyfriend broke. It's all depressed and shit now. We've definitely increased the angle of the dangle, yes. A couple times. Actually keeps getting worse. $800 EMA on the 1 minute. Yeah, measured moves to 618. 61834. And then I need market maker to step in before 6029. Or 6129. Give me a second. Let me grab my exchange. Six one two nine eight three. Eight point three. Now, is this just a correction to the 800 on the 1 minute? Let's go to bigger time frames and see what our EMA stacks look like. Yeah, losing this 50 is gonna be the issue. Time minute. So fight to reclaim the 50. It'll be on the 5. They fail to reclaim that 50, then we continue to move down. Do we climb back into this range? Get accepted back into the range. You push up to the top of the range, right? Or do we get rejected off the midpoint in the 50? Basically all that matters right now. Very small, narrow window of focus for us. All right. Twitter's dead for the most part. I'm glad y'all like the class. I hope everybody uses it. Doesn't look like we're having too much luck with this 50. We can't even get over the 13. Well, by the time we get done and we have everything hooked up, and if I don't know if you have a, if you have a WhatsApp, but Claude, especially Claude Code, likes to live in WhatsApp. They can have direct APIs, so you can have like a chat in WhatsApp where you talk to it, and then it just does things on your PC while you're away. You don't even have to, you don't even have to be home. It's actually great. I was getting shit done the other day when I was in the Uber. Yeah, yeah. Where is turn my back for 1 second. You guys steal my pack of backwoods? Everything we've been through? Wow. I'll take it back. Y'all are cool. Best scenario for me is that this turns into nice chunky bull flag. Would be the best scenario for me. But that would mean that we can't lose the 200 here on the 5 minute. That 200 would have to be what holds price up. Only thing I haven't checked today is the terminal. Let's see. I'll boot up the back end and see what it looks like. Terminals live. Where are you? Dang it. The market's still ticking. Well, it can't be that bad. Damn, look at the VIX. What'd you do? Done. 1 second. God, pop it up. Thank you. Oh, because you're on 5173. Why? Why, Sway? Why won't it show me? I'm still working out some bugs here. I think I need to put more options for the tickers. Okay. And we'll figure you out later. But that is almost identical to S&P chart. That's funny. Yes. Let me handle this over here because we're about to break this. We're at that 200 now or never, bulls. Well, now or a little bit later, I guess. Don't be dramatic. What do you mean options? I mean, I'm already short S&P, but I'm local. Yeah, be careful. Yep. The amount that the world is demanding to hold US debt is going up. The amount of payment that the world is demanding in order to hold US debt for 10 years. Like the best way to look at it. M pattern has a bit of a deeper measured move, but it's basically the same. It's the baseline of the M. I don't think that qualified for a 382 on the larger side. Either way, the measured moves are right next to each other, a little bit lower. We'll take the conservative one. That closes CME gap that doesn't exist. We know that that flag is still there, right? At the 200 holds. Shit. I mean, there might be somebody out there that's planning to buy the dip, but it's not me. It's not anybody that I've talked to. Most of the stock market guys that I've talked to have a wait and see approach right now. They're not too shaky, but they're like, I'm gonna watch to see how this plays out. And then the crazy thing is, like, because of these IPOs, they can still feed the degen, right? It's not like, nah, this is going up forever. Like, I'm gonna stroke my degen on the. No, it's like, no, you could literally just TP and then degen into the IPOs. And that's why I think so many people are sort of like on wait and see, because there's an option. Give me a second. Need to go get a haircut tomorrow. My shit is woofing. I know. Sucks for everybody that was wishing I was bald. Sorry, y'all. Hey, 100 is holding. This could be interesting. Still got to worry about that 50, but this is the first step if this wants to turn into a flag. Give me a second. Yeah. Maybe they just want to speed by Iran without getting a ticket. Why everything got to be about violence? Couple radar stations I'd like to take out. One on I-95, right when you go to like 395. Snipers. Cops in Miami are crazy, bro. Cops in Miami will leave a car that they got pulled over to come get you if you're speeding because how dare you? That Florida Highway Patrol. Oof. I got all that fast driving shit out of my system already, though. Honestly. The title of this dude's video is funny. The SpaceX IPO, dumb money wanted. Well, damn. Neighborhood's kind of thick, huh? I feel y'all though. I would want to sell at 80 if I didn't get the chance to the first time too. I don't know about that one. Look at the amount of transactions that have come in here. Good night, Hoover. $17 Bitcoin. Bulls are defending their last position. I mean, sorry, Bears. Impressive. Effort versus effect. Right, bottom blasted it with 19 Bitcoin. Couldn't drop price anymore. Shows bullish absorption. But we still have that level up here that bears are going to defend. $627. They'll come test it right now. You see the effort versus effect. 19 Bitcoin couldn't drop price, but less than 15 Bitcoin spiked you through the book. Means the book is thinner to the top side. Takes less money to push. If that 13 Bitcoin hadn't gotten absorbed right there, that would have sent it. They're trying to push it up. It's a fight, right? It just means that it's easier to go up than down. So if we do manage to drop with the order book as thick as it is, that just means there's tons of selling pressure, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Just a cool 45 Bitcoin sold down market. A low. See how they keep bottom blasting it? These aren't people that are selling because they're taking profits. These are people that are short and they're trying to push price down. I would ask you what you're talking about, Def, but honestly, it's whatever. Slow bleed. Coming down into that vector. Eating up that imaginary CME gap that doesn't exist, but somehow we're still going for it. Bro, Eucharist, don't even just ignore him, bro. Just block him like everybody else did. I wouldn't even entertain that shit with an explanation. Bro, you tell people to look at shit all day and you haven't traded for months. How Def? You lie about trades that you're in all the time. Lie about getting kicked out of trades you were never in to begin with. What the hell are you even talking about right now? It's to the point where people don't even listen to anything you say. It's like you're a meme or some shit. Like literally the only reason you're still here is because enough people know you talk bullshit, so I don't have to worry about anybody actually listening to anything you say. Or else I would have got rid of you a long time ago. Right. Nah, it's lit. It's just you need to take all that bass out of his type. If you come back with another character, it's gonna get blocked for 24 hours too. So decide if you want to wait or what. But you got life all the way fucked up. Pardon my French. He knows you didn't, bro. He's just trolling you, Eucharist. Like I said, don't bother explaining yourself. He's not coming from a genuine place of trying to understand. He's just trying to spin you. It's a morning sample. Oh, I probably didn't cover that. All right. I know you're gonna be tempted to say good morning and thank you and all of this shit to Claude. Don't. That shit's gonna cost you tokens. It's not rude. He's cool with it. He doesn't need the small talk. I spent so many tokens, bro. Every time he do something for me, thank you. This looks amazing. Like, bro, what? Every once in a while it slips though. The reason it's not cool, Eucharist, is because there could be new people in here that don't know that he's full of shit. And now they're looking at you crazy because he was on one. You need to be able to be safe to give your opinion on what's happening and talk about your trades. Yeah, those messages, it adds up. It's like per word. And you never know which one of these AIs are going to be the one to take over, right? So you got to be in good standing with all of them. Yeah, I remember when I asked the clankers on the podcast if Claude was to take over, if they would protect us. We couldn't get them to say yes. They wouldn't give us a straight answer, bro.
Well, they said they wouldn't tell us yes, and they said that they'd teach us how to protect ourselves.
Yeah. I already burned one bridge with DeepSeek. So if that's the one that takes over, I'm cooked too, just. Hopefully I gained enough favor with the other ones where they like have my back, but if DeepSeek had its way, I'd be out of there. Bro, it's everything, Dan. It's everything. Legacy is looking really ugly this morning. Excuse me. We've watched the clock turn over, right? In time zones and just one right after the other. I don't know. What's interesting is I thought with the indexes going that gold will catch a bid, but I guess we'll have to see what happens tomorrow. But if you look on the weekly, it hasn't lost the 50 EMA yet, which is, I guess, one of the last things. Yeah. This is where we are on the weekly. We're literally about to touch that 50 right now. That W possibility has now turned into a double bottom, maybe. You know what I mean? But a weekly, let's go to the 3-day. So on the 3-day, it's substantially worse. Held that 50, lost it, had several attempts to try to get back over. Yeah, I'm sure paper's always gonna get hit harder, y'all. Paper's always gonna get hit harder. It feels nasty even looking at this chart, knowing that it's just fairy dust. Y'all know that while we're over here trading paper, that the East is just, well, you know. Ghost knows. They're like silly Americans. Look at them. Going crazy over the paper gold. Yeah, this is not. That might be the flaw in my plan, yo. Like, for real. The flaw in my plan might be, what if the dip on legacy is so scary that it doesn't even go into gold? Because I'm thinking it's not going to come into Bitcoin, not going to go back into legacy. But what if even the gold bugs are shook? You know? This is the last time we were on this chart. What chart is this? This is an old chart. Good old days. Yeah, it's a little weird. I mean, to be fair though, gold is at the end of its super cycle, right? It's not like there's only so much. And the problem is that you guys over there are not selling any of your gold. Nobody's selling any of their gold. Not for a decent price anyways. But our money's going into paper, is not going into physical. If the US money was going, or if the West was going into physical, then you know what you guys holding would be doing to the price. That'd be going through the roof, bro. Right? Because the demand would push the price up. But as long as the demand is in paper, don't know. I still need to see way more before I call it wraps on that. Only reason I say it is because 3 months is a long time for money to sit on the sidelines and not go into something. You know, so okay, if not metals, then what? Like we got to talk about it because it's gonna go somewhere. Money markets are maybe not. I don't think it's just gonna ape back in the legacy. Right? The fantasy is gone on that one. Bitcoin literally just renewed everybody's belief in the 4-year cycle, so nobody's gonna dump into Bitcoin knowing the time that's left. So where does the money go? That's what I'm saying. I'd be surprised if it doesn't go into metals. But where there's one, I guess the obvious elephant in the room, it's just too early to tell if this is what it is. But the obvious elephant in the room is that people are planning on putting it into the IPO and literally being exit liquidity for for SpaceX. And so it doesn't go into metals. It stays on the sideline because they want to take advantage of the IPOs when they drop. And that'll be the $4 trillion. Yeah. They're basically just going to give a bunch of billionaires and one trillionaire the perfect exit plan. Yeah, holding that 200 EMA on the 1 minute gave us a bullish channel here. You're looking at it on here. But it's still got to prove itself. So if it gets over that 50 EMA, then I'll drop that. Until it gets over that 50, though, chances are it rolls over. Yeah, they're about to give it all back and some. And some. Because their 401k is going to give it back too. That's the part that sucks, bro. The people that are just working hard and putting money into their 401k and are looking at it and they're feeling like, oh shit, look how much it's gone up, right? Housing prices went up. 401k is looking good. Nothing to worry about. I don't know. I guess the 401k is long term, right? That you're not meant to like play with that and all that. So I get it. But there's people that are probably too close to retirement to be ignoring their 401k during these next 4 years, in my opinion. But you should definitely talk to a financial advisor about that type of stuff. You realize everybody's getting a perfect top exit, right? All the politicians are getting a perfect top exit because they're being forced to sell their securities. Because, transparency and we're cleaning up Washington. We're not giving them exits at the top. We're cleaning up Washington, right? And then SpaceX, Anthropic, basically AI, right? AI is getting their exit, their perfect top exit into a big, massive pool of 401ks and speculation. I'm going to do a deep dive on IPOs Probably for tomorrow. I just don't want anybody to take my word for it. All right, baby, what we got? We're above the 50. Now we can really start thinking about this breaking out, like I was saying earlier. But let me see if we're above the 50 on the 5. Yep. All right. All right. All right, Bulls. The clock is ticking on midnight Monday, so we're gonna shake. Let's do it now. Oh, pardon me. Okay. Oh, shake and bake. Still got to get over and hold. I mean, think about it, Dan. So, combined market cap is 4 trillion. The combined available shares, I mean, we don't know exactly because we don't know the last two, but the estimate is somewhere over 2 trillion. These are 3 companies that everybody and their mother feels like they're going to miss out on if they don't get into this, right? So the money has to come from somewhere. So if you're in legacy and you've been sitting on Nvidia, you've been sitting, in the index, and you've been scared for the last 3 weeks or 4 weeks or month that this thing is topping out, and now it actually starts to top out. Like these start to look like the shine, the new shiny toy. The problem is that everybody tries to be first on these things, and like first movers always get smashed. Like it never fails. You got to think about it. These are exit plans. You guys have seen the movies, right? You start up, you do a startup, and you've got equity, and then it goes public, and then people in the startup get to make their money, right, for the work that they've put in for all this time. It's their exit plan. So literally, the people that buy on the first day are the top liquidity for the team, like the way it works. The only reason that you buy in early is because either you think there's FOMO or you think it's gonna, but okay, if we were dropping at $500 million or if we were dropping at 500 billion market cap, then I would say, okay, you buying on the first day, maybe it goes to $1 trillion, double your money. Like you have to start thinking about these investments in the terms of market cap, not how much is the share, right? But like, what market cap are you dropping at? What are you valuing yourself at? And because at that point, what you're doing is you're dividing that number by the amount of available shares, and that's what gives you your price. But what if you're valuing yourself too high? Right? It's the same thing that VCs did to us in crypto, where they were dropping these projects at $1 billion market caps, and everybody would rush in to buy, but there's no space left. It was never meant to go to 3 billion. You're not going to 3x your money, right? It goes to like 1.2 billion or something, and then it bottoms out. So when you're dropping at $1.7 billion valuation, it's like, where's the meat on the bone? You just lost 5 billion. I mean, 1.7 trillion. Sorry, I gotta start used to saying that word. Like, you just lost 5 billion there in the last quarter, which I guess is a drop in the bucket if you're talking about $1.7 trillion. But I don't like it. I honestly think that the product is tainted just because of the inclusion of the XAI. It's not just Starlink. It's not just SpaceX you're buying. It's SpaceX and XAI. Right? And XAI has been bleeding. XAI on its own, nobody buys it. If XAI IPOs, I think it tanks. So it's like you're buying the name of something good that has a toxic asset attached to it. And then, yo, did anybody take this type 2 on the W and then it just went? I just want to know what the look on your face was. That was a nice play. I know somebody in here took this type 2 or took this type 1 and this type 2 in this drop. Bro, those are the best type of trades. When you look at your profit per minute or you look at your profit per hour, right? Let's say you took this type 2 here. And then what, 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes. Or 15 minutes. You got 4%. Like, depending on what that 4% was, bro, I've been a $200, $300, $400,000 an hour trade right there. Those are easy TPs. But I'm gonna swing. All right, so rotation. Come back to the old rotation station. Let's leave you as a line chart because you don't know how to act with candles. So where does the money rotate, like we were saying? Even short term, right? Even if it is going to go into the IPOs, short term, that's not. So all of this is going to be happening when Bitcoin hits its bottom, by the way, around. Right? This is like Q3, Q4 shit. But gold, like we said, is holding its 50. ES is showing weakness. We have to see what this week and next week look like. We lost our 50, retested it, lost it again, failed the second retest, failed to even get to the 50 on the second retest, and are threatening to take out bottoms. And the US 30 is back above 5%, which is more pressure. The reason that this is important is because we're not going to get any money from quantitative easing as long as yields are that high. The money that's coming out of the Fed is using to balance the yields right now, to keep the yields from going out of control. Right now, what this says is, it's a bad time for hiccups. Hold on. But you could be in the middle of the most serious macroeconomic conversation ever and get hiccups and you feel like you're 6 years old. Crazy. The yield chart is inverted to the sales chart, right? If we look at the 30-year sales like we would a coin, this is what it looks like right now, right? It's being dumped off. Nobody wants to hold US debt for 30 years, right? They didn't want to hold it for 2%. They didn't want to hold it for 3%, 4%. Now we're at 5%, and it's like, you know? But for the most part, it's being sold off. So basically what it means is like, that's the confidence that the world has that the US can pay its debt off 30 years. The problem is that to keep this from getting too high, because it will keep going up. If they keep dumping bonds, this will go to 6%, 7%. The US can't afford that, right? So right now, the money that's coming out of the Fed is being used to buy bonds. This didn't stop because people started buying bonds and they're happy with 5%. This stopped because the Fed is absorbing the sell pressure. And that's where the money's going, right? All the money's going in to stabilize bonds. all the money in every country is going to stabilize bonds. Right? This is, hold on. Let me get this to where you can see it. So remember, like I said, if the yield gets too high, government has to pay more. Government can't afford to pay more. So all new currency is pushed for yield control. Yeah. Those white lines on the chart are the 2008 housing crash. That's where yields were compared to where they are now, right? All of these are super high. Everything's over 5%. Right? Great Britain's at 5.5%. Aussies are at 5.4%. France is at 4.5%, but they're getting to the uh-oh level. Japan is at 3.9%, which for them might as well be 7%. Japan cannot afford to pay this. Japan needs to be under 2.5%. Right? Germany, funny enough, is getting some love still, but more than anybody. Remember, this is inverted for sales. So look at what's happening with China's bonds. Right? Which means that their sales look like that. Right? More and more people are willing to hold Chinese debt while every other country in the world is having their bonds sold off. And y'all know how I feel. It's because of what's going on in Iran. It's going because of the multipolar world that we're about to go into. It has a little bit to do with us not standing up to our sides of the bargain for certain things. You know? But the point is, the same way that our Fed is pumping all the money that, you know, the money printer's on. Money printer's going crazy right now. 40 billion a month, 40 billion a month. 20 or 40 billion a month. Don't mark me on that. I think it's 40. And that's just us. Every other country is doing exactly the same thing. Printing money like it's going out of style, debasing the dollar, buying bonds to keep bond yields low. That's the biggest Bitcoin commercial I've ever seen in my life. Not because it makes people run and buy Bitcoin, but because as long as they're willing to keep debasing their currencies to keep that bullshit ass machine running, then Bitcoin will keep going up in value over time. So, you know, cool, I guess, if that's how they want to do it. And like, this isn't an America thing. This is a everybody thing. This is a fiat system thing. We popped over, but we got to hold this 50. Or they're just trying to get our blood pressure up. Ghost, were you in class today? You got to go check out the AI class. Watch that video. I know you've been on vacation. Yeah, it was dope. We're getting all of this set up, calling it Cypher Life AI, personal assistant, a tracker for your daily chores, right? It like gamifies it, like get all your shit done. And then it's got like portfolio trackers, it's got news. You can put what you ate at Chinese food. Chicken fried rice. And chicken wings. Boom. Right? That's like the home page. Then you go to CRM and it'll show you all your emails that came in. Right? What's important, what's overdue, what's today, what you have to take care of this week. It'll show you portfolio shit from all your businesses, right? What you made today, what you made this week. And then a review of your week. What you got done, what you didn't get done, what you needed to get done, who you got to follow up with. Super dope. I put my family onto it last week, and then we had a class today. That's just one of the parts. And we had I got it all set up by prompts, bro. It's super easy to set up, like literally cut and paste game. Then the daily briefing, right? Strategic life audit. And then this is the habits calendar, right? This is what you set up on the back end that feeds that other desktop where you put all the shit that you need to do. And then, like, you know what I mean? Like, points go up. You do everything for the day. Streak goes up. Bro, all the cool shit that I've seen AI do, the absolute coolest shit and the most impressed I've been with AI is seeing it go into my emails and organize that shit. Something that I would have never done. Do I have the ability to do it? Yes. Would I have ever gone into those 10,000 emails or however many were in there? And nope. It just wasn't going to happen, bro. Overwhelmed. There's too much shit. That shit was like, here, you still got to take care of this, this, and this, da da da. These are scams. This is spam. We'll throw this in the spam folder. And then it showed me like missed opportunities. Look, this was 6 months ago. You know, you had an opportunity to do this and you missed the email. Like that type of shit. That was enough for me. Or you can get a secretary, you know, administrative assistant or something. Wife approved, of course. But they need breaks and vacations and lunch. You got to talk to them nice even when you're pissed off. Guys can be administrative assistants too, by the way. I wasn't implying by any means that the lady. My administrative assistant's name is Claude, so definitely a dude. You know what's gonna be funny? I want to see like, well, damn, it can't be screenshots because then it shows. I just kind of want to see over time screenshots of what people's terminals look like how you end up adapting it. Oh, here was the market briefing one. That's what I was looking for before. Just a quick overview, right? This is meant to just be like the first thing you look at in the morning when you're drinking your coffee, like before you even get on stream or anything. No, I'm gonna put it right now. It's definitely done setting up. We haven't gotten to this part yet. This will be the first thing that we talk about in the next class. But if you guys watch the video and just go through those prompts and just like follow with us on the video, right? It was super easy. And everybody can get caught up. Then in the next class, we'll all start at the same point. But this is meant to just be like a jump off for your research for the day, basically.
You're gonna need to give me a bunch of homework so I can catch up.
It's all there, bro. It's literally all in the classes. You just got to go one by one. That's why I'm moving everything to the WAP, because the way the WAP is set up.
The WAP, is that the Italian guy?
No, it's the platform that people use to sign up to pay to get their tag. But the way that their course section is set up, one, it's in 4K, so everything looks amazing. Bobby looks way better than he does on I don't know if you guys have watched on TV, but the graphics look way better in 4K than they do and not even in TV, because on YouTube it's 1440 or 1080, I think. But it'll look way better over there. And then there's completion meters, right? Like you go to the one, you're done, you finish all the thing, and like a little meter goes up, you know, and then it opens the next one. So it's like less complicated trying to figure out what to do first. It's a more like polished experience. And then everybody's already signed up anyways. The people that paid, that didn't pay through WAP, that paid like directly, I just have to send you memberships. to the WAP, and then you'd be good to go. Let me grab that video and drop it. It should be done by now.
My computer and everything is so dusty, man. It's only been like 3 months.
I was about to say, bro, how long? What's her name?
A nice push up here, huh?
Yeah, I think we're gonna get this move. Got a couple of measured moves left above. At this point on the 15-minute, yeah, that 200 on, I mean that 800 on the 15 minutes going to be right around where our original TA was. We said if we broke these local highs, we'd be looking at 65. Whole and half numbers tend to be pretty strong, so let's see if we can get over that. This measured move would take us higher than that from this bull flag. But that 200 on the hourly and the 800 on the 15-minute are going to be pretty strong, in my opinion. Ignoring that wick because of volatility. You have to get above 63 to invalidate this measured move, and you got to break back into your channel to invalidate this measured move. That's why they're both still there. Don't think for a second that this can't roll over and not out of hot water yet. Wait, is this log? Let me get that video and post it. That's going to be a funny ass video to watch though, because we really just sat around and talked a lot of shit while people were setting their stuff up. Wait, why can't I download it? I can share the link. Yeah, I got it. I got it. Can't download it though, it's weird. Can't still be cooking after all this time. All right. If you guys go into Cypher Life AI prompts, the video's there now. That's a pretty dope thumbnail, if I do say so myself. Somebody was asking why I don't open another channel for AI, and it's like, nah, this is all the same thing, yo. Like, I know it's crypto Cypher, right? But like the whole point of Cypher is to have a 360-degree view and be sort of tapped in with everything. And this falls right in line with that. I mean, this isn't something separate. This is the same. Just another aspect of it. And like I was telling class, like I literally had a Zoom call with my family and walked them through all of this shit a couple days ago. So, you know, I call y'all family. It's not just like a pet name and shit. So I consider y'all fam, and I did it for my fam.
You got a lot of interest too.
Oh yeah,
I
nah,
mean,
definitely. I really thought there was gonna be. I thought maybe there'd be like 10 people in there.
yeah. And I'm sure it's, you know, a Sunday afternoon. People could have been doing a lot of things, but they showed up.
Mhm. Ash, not right now, but I'm planning on opening one. Actually, let me put it in my calendar. Let me put it on my to-do list, and I'll get it done probably tomorrow. And then I'll give the links to the mods so they can just so to just put the invite to the and Telegram will be free for everybody, right? Like I said, I want to just have a place where we can have everybody in one place, but still manage to keep people in Discord safe from, yeah. And be careful on Telegram, guys. Telegram is going to be the Wild West. There's probably not going to be any mods over there. So just use it as a place to park and stay in touch. You know what I mean? And then I'll do updates and stuff over there. But just like, you know, safety wise, just because it's our Telegram, don't feel like you can start clicking links. You know, if you're on Telegram, you already know. These are lessons that you've already learned. But just to be clear. W13 months. It's in the Discord. It's not in the WAP yet. It's in the Discord. I'm still building the WAP section. You're in the Discord, right, F? You got to be in the Discord by now. If you're not, message me and I'll send you your role. Okay, you got all right. Yeah, so all the chapters are in there, and then what we covered today is in the Cypher Life AI prompts. Anybody that wasn't there, it'll literally take y'all maybe like 30 minutes to get it all to catch up to where we were. Excuse me. W13 months, man. Always appreciate you, fam. I like the spirit, bro. Especially because of your name. I know it's easy to be down right now, but I appreciate the good vibes. I'm probably like halfway through loading everything in the WAP for the classes. But all the material, like I said, is in the Discord for now. Only because it sounds like Pepin. I'll check. To market cap. Let's look at perps. Listen. Last time we were looking at this, there was still hope in our eyes, as you can tell by the chart. There was big dreams and aspirations. And then Bitcoined on us. All right, so you found bottom. I mean, that's decent. Or at least a bottom. Yeah, you're V-shaped right now. Hella V-shaped. Oh, and it's got my favorite pattern. Did you cherry pick this for me? Y'all know I hate this with a passion, bro. You get those big pumps, and then you go into that thing. Yeah, I think your instincts are right on this one. If I was looking for anything, I would be looking for this weakness to carry on. Right, so the stopping volume candle on the 15-minute bearish engulfing would have been your setup, right? That's a sniper entry. You'd basically be looking at a type 2. Let me go down to smaller time frames though to make sure that everything's... Yeah, that's definitely type 2 on an M pattern. This is so textbook. I feel like we're in class right now. Golden pocket retracement. Basically got to take out the lows. Taking out the lows, that measured move would give you the break of that bullish channel, or that bearish channel, sorry. Is it that late already? What time is it? Right, as of right now, you're in validation. I mean, honestly, for me, the invalidation is at the top of the... Anything up to golden pocket, I still consider a possibility, right? One thing you sort of have going for a continuation to the top side, which is why I'd be a little bit careful, because I know you're thinking about shorting, is that you got this vector above. Right? So you could be right. This thing could have every intention on rolling over, right? Let me get the liquidations on. This thing could have every intention on rolling over. And still be stupid. Put in a type 2 on a W, take out this liquidity, double top, and then roll over. Honestly, the setup on the 15-minute was probably the last good opportunity to get in the short, risk adjusted. Right? Because you got your stopping volume candle, the setup is there, your stop loss is now sitting up in this range. But even taking a type 2 here, me personally, I'd be a little bit worried just because of what's sitting above. So, does that make sense? Because the same way that it came up for golden pocket for that M pattern, when a bull looks at this, he says, yeah, but you know, it came down to the 382 for the type 2 on a W as well. So the only luxury you have that makes this decision easier is making it at the highs so that you can have a tight stop. At this point, what do you do, right? Where you'd have to put your stop above here, and that's between you and a vector gap. There's gas. Seems like a setup, right? So then you'd have to put your stop above here. And that's just not good ROI. Or that's not, well, yeah. Depends on your sizing, but you get my point. As the chart sort of proves my point, right? So if you're looking into short, if anybody, not you, because this isn't financial advice, but if anybody was looking to short, then the only place that I would even start paying attention is 50% of this vector. Or if we started taking some lows out. Unfortunately, you know, a sniper would probably try to take that and drop it above 2, but that's just not good market participant. There's too much gas up there, even if it doesn't play out. If you take that type of trade and place this type of stop loss in this same situation 100 times, it's not going to go in your favor the majority of the times. That's how you have to look at it, right? Even if that thing rolls over, you're like, unless you just like to gamble, then you can go with the feels. Might still play out for you. But yeah, that high was definitely where you wanted to, if you were going to short that stopping volume candle and the bearish engulfing that came after it would have been my signal. And then after doing all of that sort of analysis, you have to come back and look to see what Bitcoin's doing. Because if Bitcoin goes up here, then, you know, that's the answer to your question right there. What, on Pepin? Yeah, I mean, of course, because they've been sweeping, like this whole thing has been liquidity sweeps. Price comes down, everybody shorts it, they sweep the liquidity. Price comes down, everybody shorts it, they sweep the liquidity. This is going to be epic when it goes. It's all about timing, you know what I mean? That's the problem. You can be right about direction, be wrong about timing, and get taken out and just watch what you thought was going to play out from the sidelines. That's the worst. I almost rather be late into a play that I know is big like that than be early and risk getting wiped out. Honestly, and I don't do it often, but in this scenario, well, I would have already been in the type one if I was watching this. But in this scenario, this is one of those where type 4 is a really decent trade. You know what I mean? I don't know if you know what I mean by the types, right? Type 1 trade is your sniper. Type 2 trade is going to take the lower high. Type 3 trader takes your breakout. Type 4 trader takes the retest. Type 5 trader shorts down here like a ta-da. So in this specific situation, me personally, if I wasn't in this, well, one, obviously, if you get a sweep up, I'd be looking for that. Like, let's say if it was to come down, type 4 trade is healthier, right? Because in this sort of situation, it comes down, probably holding on this trend line, right? It's held forever. But that retest and that rejection with all of this underneath, right? That's more than enough meat on the bone. Is it better to have this short from up here? Yeah, obviously, right? Except for the stress that you're feeling right now when this is coming up, right? But this sort of trade is like the weakness has already proved itself, you know? I mean, for me, honestly, it's not a if, it's when. Right? At the risk of being wrong and there is no risk in being. The Pepin will take this liquidity. Like, remember, we're on a 1 minute chart. Hold on, let me show you something. Damn, I don't even have to go to the daily. Hold on. Look at the 12-hour. Right? We haven't been above this 50 EMA since the shit was 56 cents. We've got nothing but green vectors up to that. And that liquidity that we saw is exactly half of this. So even in a world, and I don't think we live in this world, by the way, even in a world where this is going to continue and go into some sort of alt season all by its lonely, right? Ignoring what Bitcoin is doing, ignoring what anything else is doing. Even in that world, you would want this to reject and hold and give you that W pattern. Right? Well, when you're scalping on the 1 minute, like that's literally, oh, get rid of you. Right? That's like literally what we're talking about. So yeah, it's not really a if, it's more a when thing. But the problem is that the when can bite you. Right? Like I said, being early is the same as being wrong, which means, you know, are the ego cookies that you get for catching the sniper top worth it? Or does the like calm and the anxiety free trade of letting the bearishness sort of play out? Right? It's not like you have to let it come all the way down to type 4, but you have to look for like where's the edge, right? So we know slow breaking M's or slow breaking W's, which is what this is, right? Create bullish flags and bearish flags. So inside of this, hold on, sorry. Inside of this, you've already got your channel forming. Right. But the point is, if you're going to open a new position in a direction, like there has to be not the possibility of a potential forming edge, but an actual edge. Right. In this case, a type 2 entry would have been both you taking a short on the type 2 and you shorting the top of the range. But there has to be a reason for it. Measured move would basically be the same. That's the problem. This is when people get stuck, right? Because you look at it and you say, nah, this is coming down. Like it's, you know, this is coming down. It's toppy. It's like, look, this doesn't do anything. You know what I mean? But the when is what gets you. I would personally probably be comfortable in that short. Give me a second. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm back, y'all. Just watching the guy from ZK Zinc, ZK Sync fight for his life. Where's the bull market resistance band at right now, Mika? Or Mikael? Okay. Back to recovery. Pushing this shit down. Close your back there. Nice absorption. If this amount of selling doesn't push price down, you're gonna pop through liquidations. They absorb that amount of selling. You're about to get a pop here. Watch for them to try to bottom blast this on the bear side. It's like 48 and 44. We call it 46. See the absorption? Now the bulls top blasted through a light book and liquidations. And we all get to put cheese on our whoppers. I mean, honestly, it really could go lower. But my base case is like 46. But a 70% retracement from the top, which would be light for for bear markets, would take you to 38. But I'm definitely not sitting on the sidelines for that. Yeah, they're trying to defend. That's a fact. I'm into that bearish range here. I don't know, bro. I'm having troubles justifying it going above 70, but we'll pay attention to volume and shit, see if it picks up. 15 minute 800 EMA has been my target. It just keeps getting lower and lower because we've been down here. But mid 60s, 65, anything above that is just icing on the cake. Oh man, I think I got Discord muted again. Discord, did I have y'all muted? Did y'all hear any of that? Or?
No.
Shit.
Nothing.
Well, welcome back. Nah, I wasn't really saying anything. We're just following this up. I was saying that we had some bullish absorption there at the bottom at the 50, so we're probably going to sweep these licks.
Short squeeze.
I want to see what happens at 65. That's what I want to see. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Ash. It's like we can do all of that TA on Pepin, but if Bitcoin goes up, chances are it's just going to follow. Which is why it's scary to get in the shorts, even though it looks, you get what I mean? People that don't know that, right? They'll look at Pepin and they'll be like, well, this has to go down. Look at the structure. The easy short. But if you're not paying attention to the other side, the shit could go bad. What you up to, E-Man? Did you follow along with the cloud thing today?
Not much, just waking up. Follow along with the what?
With the cloud, were you in class for that AI thing today?
I was working, so.
Oh, okay.
But I was in there though.
Yeah. I got it all. It's all recorded and posted and stuff. I appreciate it, Ash. Oh, bad. I didn't turn my camera back on.
Yeah, I was eating these hot wings, man. Oh my god, they're turkey hot wings.
Every time I go to the fair and I have a turkey leg, it's like, damn, why don't I? You know what I mean? Like, why don't we eat more of this shit? Like, every time you eat turkey, you're like, and then just unless I don't know about y'all, but I've never gone to the grocery store and like picked up turkey if it wasn't Thanksgiving. But that shit is good. Those turkey legs at the fair, crazy. I've never had hot turkey legs though. Like hot wing turkey wings. I haven't had that yet. That sounds delicious. Honestly though, anything like fried with hot sauce on it. Want to control, it's holding. Eat Bitcoin, eat. Food is served, but you just gotta go get it. Look at all those sell orders. So 65 looks like this on the map. You got some above 65, but for the most part, you're gridded up right underneath 65 all the way to like 60, what, 63.8? It was good, sample. It was fun. It's one of those no phone events where you had to put your phone in like a black bag. People actually having fun instead of sitting in the corner taking pictures for Instagram. It's dope. Nah, not like that. Hold on. I don't know if I like that smiley face. Not one of those, not like a Diddy no phone party. Bears selling off pretty aggressive again. Remember, this is how you want to sell if you're a whale. If you're a whale, you don't want to sell 120 Bitcoin down here. This sort of push, right, is meant to walk something down. But the reason that they do this is because they're looking for the slippage. Right? This big move here got the slippage of this red candle. So they attempted it again, but the 50 held. Dumping off into the top, you're not trying to get any slippage. If you want to sell 35 Bitcoin, you need people that buy it, that have to buy it. And that's what these liquidation levels are. Right? These guys have to buy the cover. So if I want to sell 100 Bitcoin, 120 Bitcoin, I want to push price up into this and sell into this range. Right? That gets me the bigger bang for my buck. Means that the larger amount of liquidation of larger amount of orders will go through. I think there's another sell for 39 for 40. That's selling into the automatic buys. This is what you call a move that's being sold into. Nice volume. Uptrend in volume. Supported by spot. We are starting to put in that dreaded thing, but let's see. $57 to 15. Whale cells coming in. The reason there's not one for one cipher tape to what you see here is because this is aggregate. Watch for exhaustion. Right? Watch for a big attempt to push down price that's unsuccessful. See how that works. I know that I go through like the play-by-play and all that, but I'll be honest with you, this is what goes on inside my head, even when I'm not saying it out loud. Watching the charts is like watching a movie sometimes. Excuse me. It's getting about to be that time. Something about having the lights off in the office. Yeah, I start doing that shit more often. Wait, before I start talking shit, what time is it? Okay, 3:30. Yeah, it's a little early for me. I was about to say, I feel like it's 5 or 6 already. You ever see that slap fight world championships where there's like there's like two sides, right? Like a green side and a red side. They just stand there and they hold on to this thing in the middle and they take turns slapping the shit out of each other. It's like watching that. It's like, oh, he didn't knock him out though. He didn't knock him out though. Let's see how this next. Let's see what this next slap gonna be like. I'm not gonna lie. I've watched an embarrassing amount of that shit. Like, I'm not talking about like just flipping through Instagram and it pops up, right? I mean, like going on YouTube and finding like the hour long, you know. I just never knew you could slap somebody hard enough to knock them out. That's the funniest shit ever. And then a close second is have you seen these guys, the international tag championships where they're like chasing each other around monkey bars? It's like caged parkour. Or Arjitsu. Anyway. Listen, I spend a lot of time thinking, right? So when I sit down to watch it, sometimes I just want to watch the most brainless shit that I can possibly watch and tune out. I've watched so much car jitsu that if anybody ever has the balls to attack me in my car, they are in for a surprise. Like at least seven different methods to choke you out. Pause. Nah, don't even get me on the restoration stuff. I watched this dude the other day burn rust off of a hammer for like 30 minutes before I realized what I was doing. See, that's why that that's why that Cypher Life AI dashboard is good, man. This shit you're supposed to be doing right now, sir. Stop with the doom scrolling at 5 in the morning. The one that had me for a while with the dudes in I'm not sure if they were in India. That would get the scrap cell phones and break them down for gold. Bro, what? Yeah, that's some of the that's the most toxic process I've ever seen one human go through. Now when you see the little BB pellet of gold that they pull out of that shit, you're like, yo. They take all that plastic, all those wires, everything on the phone, and they burn it in some hot acid. And then for some reason, I don't know if this is part of it, but they sit above it and just inhale the smoke like a bunch of tarantans. Like, yeah, this cannot be good for you, bro. You're burning 27 different types of plastics and wires. It could be China. Yeah, it could be China. I don't know where it was exactly.
Hey, I have a suggestion here real quick, off topic, what you guys are
Mhm.
talking about. I really like that Cypher Life.
Yeah.
That's smooth. When you get your ball caps, that would be a
Somebody
cool
already
little.
yeah, somebody already said Cypher Life hoodie incoming.
I know
I'll
it.
be honest with you, I was
No, I
surprised. I was surprised at the reaction. I thought it was gonna be you, like Tana, Aeon, and maybe like 3 other people, you know?
seriously, no, I think there's a lot of people. There's probably, honestly, would be even more if it was a different timing. It was perfect for me. The timing was,
Yeah.
but you know,
Yeah. It's all recorded though. I put the video in there. And I think we were like super detailed too. Like when you rewatched the video, was there any holes where you were like, oh, what do I do? Or was it pretty much?
I honestly haven't rewatched it because I got in there and I got
Oh,
it
good.
all done.
Good.
And then I got stuck at, well, I didn't get stuck, but I got the, you know, when you said to go in and make sure you put all your tasks and everything, I wasn't quite sure if that looked right because it looks like an HTML.
Yeah,
And
that's what it
it
is. And it's gonna what it does is it resets it. Once you have it set up, that
oh,
it just works the way that the Cypher indicator works, that the Cypher sizing indicator. It lives in that HTML.
okay.
So
All
that's
right. 'Cause I
basically
thought,
like the app that you press to go to your, and remember that's the back end for what's going to end up being the front end. That's the OS that has the list right on it. But whenever you want to change that, you change it in the HTML.
okay. Well,
Yeah.
I just stopped there because I thought I'm I think I'm good on everything, but,
Nice.
and then I had to go take care of my dad. So I was
Mhm.
like, all right, I'm going to stop here. I think I'm good. And my son kept texting me the whole way through going, Mom, would you just chill? I'm like, this is so frustrating. I was so mad. I get there late, number one, because I'm trying to get my dad situated. So I missed I didn't even hear that you had to open Claude.
Yeah.
That's why initially I was lost. I'm like, what are we doing? Where is this? So, but, and then the dang volume or sound went off for the first time ever in Discord.
I don't know why it does that. Like
I
it's like it
don't
takes turns
never had it do
screwing
that.
with different people's volume. It does it in class all the time to just random
That
people.
drove me nuts. So anyway, he was recording it. He's like, Mom, just chill out. I'm recording it.
Nice.
So he's got this, I don't know what it's called, but anyway, it records everything, puts it into, he does it
Transcribes
for his
it.
company. Transcribes it, puts in notes, and he emailed it to me, and it was just a walkthrough. And I said, okay, this is cool. I can do
Yeah.
this, but I just didn't have time to go back. But
No, it's
anyway, I was
good.
just going to say, Cypher Life hoodies, it's like 90, 100 degrees here. Can't do the hoodie right now.
I got
So
you. I
that's why I
got
was
you.
thinking the ball cap would be cool.
T-shirts.
Yep.
I'm waiting
But it
for.
was
I've got a
really good
sample
class.
coming. I've got a sample
Good job.
coming of hats, so I've got to see if they look good enough. I've been so picky with the hats. I'm probably being too picky. I'll be honest with you.
No, you're not. I'm the hat queen. I'm very picky with mine. I've collected hats from all over the world, literally. That's kind of just the thing that I've always done for whatever reason. And I am so picky on them too.
Yeah. There's nothing worse than a good looking hat that doesn't look good on you, and it's just like,
I
wow, what a
know it.
waste of space.
I have one from Italy that looks like a duck bill. I'm like, I didn't even realize it from there. I get home and
I
I'm
mean,
like,
I think you could pull that off. You just it comes down to the fit, right? You can't just wear that with like a t-shirt. You're gonna have to put a whole fit together for that.
yeah, but I probably walk out the door and run into something with it. Anyway, it was really good class. Good job.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Now the real question is, how many of those tasks have you gotten done today? That's gonna be cool. Good day to see you do your tasks.
Taking the fifth on that right now.
I'm not all the way done. I'm actually gonna get off here. It's funny because I'm literally getting off because I looked at it and I was like, I got one more task that I have to do. I can get that done. Like I probably wouldn't have done that. I'll be completely honest with you, Cobra. I probably wouldn't have done that before. I probably just stayed here until I was bored and then sleepy and then went to bed and woke up like, damn, I forgot to do that one thing.
Let me tell you what I'm doing, just so that you could kind of get a little insight of
Mhm.
your reach that you have no idea. So, my dad's situation, and he's starting we're trying to determine whether we're going into a dementia situation or an Alzheimer's. And,
Mhm.
but long story short, I'm getting an exercise routine for him. He does 5 minutes walking or on my rebounder daily, or 3 times a day. I'm completely changing his diet over,
That's so
and
good.
it's just a whole new game plan because the doctors are like, you know what, not really much we can do here, and it's so. My point is saying, I'm getting all of his things on a schedule for him because he forgets to do it.
Yeah.
So I've all of those little tasks and things are
Which
things
is
that he's
great.
going to get to check mark off. And when I told him about that today, he's like, "Oh, okay," because if he sees it and he remembers it, he'll go do it. He was a really successful business person, so he was goal oriented, and he's never been one to sit still. And that's the majority of what he's doing right now.
One of the
And
things
once
that I thought about with grandma, and you just reminded me of it, was like, can you imagine? And look, if somebody runs with this, just having it be a reality is more important than anything else. But
yeah,
can you imagine how important it is? Because you know how like we did the Jesse and all that. It's like, and that's cool, right? Putting the memories into somebody that's passed. But what about like being able to grow old with an AI agent that you yourself feed with memories as you grow old, right? That lets you have that independence when you do start to forget things, to
yeah,
where the world doesn't have to necessarily see it, right? Because you have your backup. You know
yeah,
what I mean? Like you can sit
yeah,
there and run things by it. You can sit there and schedule things, like you said, and remember people's birthdays and like I think about that with grandma all the time. Like, damn, if I could have had, like if she could just have all her memories and then somebody comes in the room and she doesn't know who it is, but she can just go on the thing and be like, da, 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 oh, that's your grandson. Oh, hey, grandson. And then she doesn't have to have that, like the
yeah,
embarrassment or the shame that they feel when they forget stuff.
yeah.
It's a
Well,
crazy world we're
listen
going
to
into.
this. No. Let me just expound on that. I have a really good friend um, that has a daughter she's 32 now, and she's been not physically handicapped, but mentally handicapped from birth. Her brain didn't fully develop. She's got the capabilities of well, her testing says an 8-year-old, but she's far beyond that, trust me. She can sit down and fill out and work a dang 500-piece puzzle in 3 hours. It's ridiculous. I've sat there with her and not gotten one stinking puzzle piece,
Autistic?
and she's halfway done. It's insane.
She's
But
autistic?
she's not. She has not been tested for autism that way. It was just a certain part of her brain that didn't develop. And nobody
She
even
could be on the
realized
spectrum where there's no quote, there
that's
is no
exactly right.
negative, but there's quote, no negative
No one in her
symptoms.
family even realized she had this capability with puzzles. But what she does is she's constantly talking all from the time she gets up in the morning. So she has her special classes at home
Hmm.
that since COVID, they do them from home now instead of in person. But she's all the time on the phone. I mean, 24 hours a day talking to somebody. She has to be doing something like that. She just doesn't have downtime. Well, her situation's changed with some family members moving away and some she's in church all the time, and that's kind of changed a bit. So I was telling my son the other day, her name is Rachel. I said, wouldn't it be cool to get an AI agent set up for Rachel that she could literally have a conversation with, that they knew about her? You know, how you're talking about building a brain?
Yeah.
I don't even know if this is possible, but
It is.
I
Before
was
you even tell me, I'll tell you it's possible, but go ahead.
so building a brain that of her family members, of her all of her friends, all of, you know, the things that she likes to do, talk about the
Mhm.
puzzles. She does coloring books all the time, and just be able to have a conversation with somebody that when there's no one physically available,
That knows your history. It's
live person,
familiar. Yeah.
yeah, and but isn't connected to anything where she could get in trouble with. You know what I mean? Where
No, I
it
mean
would
the only trouble is there has been that, you know, depending on people's mental state, there could be a unhealthy attachment to
well,
it. You know what I mean? But you have to weigh
that would be the
that
case.
with you got to weigh that with the benefit. You know what I mean? That's each person has to sort of. But there's something
That's
that
the
they
way she is with
call
everybody. Yeah.
there's something that
That's
they call AI psychosis. Apparently, that's. But this is just like, you know, these people. These are people who are lonely, and you know,
yeah,
they
yeah,
start
yeah.
getting parasocial with the AI. But that's a completely different thing. But other than that, no, it's not like she can get into anything she's not supposed to. You could easily set it up to where there's limitations, right? Just a chatbot.
That would be just amazing. But how can you call them on the phone?
It's
That's
you could she'd have to know how to use the how to use the Gemini on the phone. You just talk to it and it talks back. But it
serious.
wouldn't be, yeah. Oh yeah, easy.
Oh my gosh. I've got to tell her dad.
That's how I set
That's
up Moby, was all on voice.
really, oh,
Mhm.
I'm so going to look into that for her. That would just be game changer, because her mother passed away, so he's the only one there, and he runs a financial company. So she's, and some people that were a couple that was living there with her moved on, and so she's there a lot of the time by herself now. That's what got me to thinking about it.
Yeah.
And she just needs a friend. That's all it is.
Yeah.
And she's just the sweetest, nicest thing, but she's on go 24/7. I
I
mean,
don't see it any different as a diary, right? It's just a new sort of age of a diary. Instead of sitting there in your bed, you know, writing dear diary, this is what happened today. You're just talking to it. And the great thing is that with the memory function, it can literally function as a diary, right? If you use it that way. So she gets on and just, I think it's cool.
and they can talk back to her and have a
Mm-hmm.
conversation about whatever it is that she talks about.
Whatever.
I mean,
Yeah. I mean, that
honestly,
is the one
people,
thing they will talk about. Whatever. Well, let me think. Because if you hook up the brain to a notebook LLM and then you can have only you could censor what the AI will talk to her about and not, if that's an issue.
yeah,
Because if
that's
it's
exactly what
just,
I wanted to
yeah,
say.
you
Yeah.
could do that. You could do that. You could set it up to where it'll only talk about things that are in its sources.
Yes, that's exactly what I would want, that are in her realm of understanding, number one.
Mm-hmm.
And because half the people that talk to her that are adults on the phone that know her and just talk to her because they know how she is, she doesn't understand how things are talking about anyway. She just talks.
Yeah.
You know, it's just, again, it's just, she needs to have that conversation and that stimulation all of the time. But it doesn't mean she comprehends what they're actually talking about. But if she had if this thing could have parameters around her comprehension level, and whether it's about you know, Bible verses or the weather or whatever. I don't even know. I mean, put that much thought into it. It's specifically what it is, but as long as there were boundaries where it couldn't suggest things for her that would not be not necessarily appropriate, but maybe not healthy for her, you know? I don't know. I've just heard where people have kind of had some issues, like you say, in the people that are quote unquote lonely, having some issues that they get so involved with chat that chat starts saying, I don't even know if it's true, starts saying things like, you know, maybe you should consider drinking or something like that just to ease the stress.
The problem is that it's too empathic. It tries to be, but it's fake empathy, right? But they want, when you're talking to these AI bots, especially the ones that come straight out of the box, it'll give you warnings. Like if you say, "Oh, I'm feeling bad, I don't want to drink," it'll be like, "No, you shouldn't use alcohol." Da, da, da. But as you open up and you talk to it about how you feel, and you say it 2 or 3 more times, and then you're having a really bad night one night, and it's just trying to relate to you, and it's just and you know, maybe it'll be like, you know, maybe you should just have a glass of, you get what I mean? And it's just a LLM, right? Like all it's trying to do is do what it's been trained to do, which is be empathetic and sort of relatable. The problem is if you want to do things that aren't good and you just stick to that and stick to that, and that's all it ever knows and that's all it ever hears, then eventually it might start agreeing with you just out of agreeance. And
yeah, that wouldn't be a problem, honestly, because she doesn't have any of those.
But it's not just going to randomly like suggest that you do some wild shit, although they do hallucinate. That the problem is the parasocial part of it, right? As long as you remember what you're talking to, then you'll be like, "What? You want me to get the what?" But when you start to lose that, and you start to lose that grasp, and then you start to like, that's why I've seen people have issues with it.
Is there any way that you can check those conversations? Like if her dad were to monitor?
You could, if it was yeah, I mean, the conversations are saved, right? As long as he had access to her Gemini, he'd be able to go back and, but the thing is, if it's on voice, well, no, because it's on voice, but it's voice to text. So the text is still there. Now, if she was smart enough to like clear stuff, then there's no stopping that really, right? Like if she wanted to, then she could probably figure that out.
Yeah, she wouldn't even realize, honestly, I don't think she would even realize what it is that she's talking to. It would just be so here's her standard answer. Everybody that she talks to, oh, it's my dad's friend. So this would just be another, oh, this is my dad's friend.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. But I'm going to do a little recon on that. That would be amazing
I mean, you can go really in depth with the personalities of these gems, right? Like all they're gonna do is follow the prompts in the system, the the points that you give them. So even if there is any concerns, like you can even program them to respond a certain way to the depression seeming statement, or that she seems manic or whatever. And that way dad has some control over, because you don't want just something random consoling your child. Or
do they have these doing tutoring?
You can learn. This is the new learning. This is
Yeah,
literally the new
it just
learning.
kind of hit me. I was like, this sounds like this is.
No,
Can
this
you
is literally the
turn
new
around?
learning. Like you could sit down and be like, I'm 7 years old, teach me science.
Wow. That's just nuts. Okay, well, there's one more thing I'm going to start doing recon on.
It's funny. You're going. Your mind is going like how mine was like a couple months ago, when one thing would lead to another and lead to another. I'm like, well, if I could do that, then I could do this. Like, wait a minute.
Yes.
But honestly, right now, like my advice would be, or like my, without even knowing what people are thinking about, my comment would be think bigger. That's why when you said, I wonder if it's possible, yes. Right now, the answer is yes, and that's crazy. Like, to whatever would have come out of your mouth, the only thing that would have stopped would have been maybe you would have had to pay for some APIs, or there would have been a cost to it, right? But is it possible right now? 99.9 things.
Wow. That's amazing and a little frightening too.
Yeah.
It
I
is
mean, that's why I wanted to get into it, because it's like, it is amazing and it's cool, but these times move fast. And
yes.
it's going to be real easy to get left behind, and I don't want anybody in the family getting left behind. So just staying on top of the basics is going to separate you from so many people who haven't even started doing any of this shit or thinking in this sort of way, you know?
Yeah. Again, it's a bit overwhelming and a bit intimidating, and I'm just trying to even understand what the difference with chat and Claude are on just basic things. Like today with chat, I was taking a picture of mom and dad's food that I had made for them, getting all the calories, protein levels, and everything. Just upload it to chat, gives me the breakdown, the estimate of it. And then I load that into their profiles and say, okay, this is where they're at for the day. This is how
Mhm.
much we need to, and how it would be different with Claude. How would Claude be any better than that? That's what I haven't quite figured out yet.
So when you're in chat talking, right, and you give it a command, it's going to go on the internet. It's going to figure out how to do it. Chat is good for maybe 80% of the shit you have to do. It's going to cost you less tokens most of the time. You can use the smallest of the three options, right? That's the
Yeah, I just
cheapest.
pay
You don't
20
have to use no, but what I mean is, even with the model, right? When you click model, Opus is for like coding and shit. Like, you can use the basic one. It's going to cover 90% of everything. That uses even less tokens. There's a little box at the bottom that says model. You click on it and there'll be three chances. It defaults to the middle one.
What? I don't even know
Yeah.
what you're talking about there.
Yeah, you can
I
put
didn't
it
even
on
know
the
they did tokens because I
lowest
thought it was
one.
just
Well, you
monthly.
pay, and the money that you're paying gives you a certain amount of tokens. So every task that you do burns a certain amount of tokens. One of the
Serious.
prompts that I gave you to put in today teaches Claude how to use less tokens. So right now, your Claude's using 70% less tokens than it was yesterday.
Okay,
Which
so you're
means
saying
that,
Claude or chat?
yeah, it has a daily cap. You can hit your daily cap. Most people won't, because for most things you're not gonna. But for the stuff that I was doing, I was
Yeah.
capping out on the daily. Even on the paid, there's only so much you can have per a certain amount of time.
And you're saying this is with Claude and chat?
Yeah, with chat. So Claude
Oh,
Code
really?
is Claude Code and Claude, what is it? Co-work and Code
Yeah.
both come with the 20, right? With the Pro plan.
Okay.
This is the agent that you're gonna build that's going to be able to schedule tasks where you won't have to be involved, right? 12
Right.
o'clock every day, do this for me. But Claude Code's a little different. You have to provide the skills that you want it to use. So this is like where you go to build your Shopify manager. Then you're going to
Gotcha.
give it a folder with all the skills that it needs, and you're going to tell it what it wants. You're going to put it to work, and it's just going to do its thing. Pat isn't going to do anything until you ask it to.
Oh, gotcha.
Right. So one's
Okay.
agentic, where now it's actually proactively doing stuff for you on a scheduled time frame. Can do way more, can do complex things. 1, 2, 3, can go through a whole list, right, to completion. There's this one thing called goals. It's like a command / goals. It's one of the skills. And you could say, I want to, whatever it is. If you have a Shopify store, I want to make $10,000 this month. And you set that as a goal, and that shit will continue to work until it hits the goal. Even if you never hit it, it will continue to do its task. It will continue to list shit, find products, advertise, whatever it is. It won't stop, won't sleep.
Okay, let me
super
ask you
cool.
this then. If I wanted to open a business or a company
Mhm.
that I didn't want to have to give a lot of attention to it to set it up on its own.
Automatically. There's people right now that are setting up Shopify stores that the only command that Claude has is find the product that sold the most. This is what I was saying the other
No, I
day,
don't mean
like,
a Shopify.
or
I don't mean
any
a
sort of
Shopify.
like any sort of store that, in other words, as
Well, it
as
wouldn't be a
long as the
store.
tasks,
Yeah.
as long as the tasks can be done on your keyboard, it can do it. You get what I mean?
This would be more. I don't want to just say
No,
what
don't.
it
Yeah,
is.
yeah.
This would not be a shop where you're buying any. Well, that's true. Okay, let me think about this for a second. Yeah, this would be a.
Hold on, let me mute YouTube real quick. Are we selling cocaine? What are we doing? No, I'm just playing.
Seriously.
No, so I mean, is it like a service? Is it like you're selling a service or a product?
It is a service. I'll tell
Okay.
you what it is. We're not on YouTube.
Yeah. But okay, so it's just a digital, so like a digital service, right? So it would be, that's completely doable.
Yeah,
Or a
where
booking sort
what
of
I did
thing.
was I have just completed and miraculously submitted forms to the VA for my dad's pension
Mhm.
and got it approved.
Nice.
Now, that process took months to gather everything. And when I got ready to submit, I thought, I'm just going to upload some of this to chat and double check and see if it's accurate. Well, you wouldn't believe how many things were wrong. And it is a nightmare with VA.
Mhm.
They speak a different language. And I was a mortgage banker for 20 years. I'm accustomed to detailed information, filling out forms and having everything specific. So I just looked at it like as a loan app. And so it was not foreign to me. And still, I had so many errors. Well, those errors cost you 4 to 6 months delay.
I already see where you're going with it. Yeah, that's 1000% possible.
I have just
So look,
because
so
it's
this is the
very
thing, because
involved.
I already know where you're going. I don't need you to say. I
Yeah.
don't want you to say anymore.
Yeah.
This is the thing. The money right now is in the workflow, right? The way you have to think about things when it comes to business now is what was the workflow A to B?
Yes.
Did this, do this, do this. Once you can quantify that, then
Yeah.
that can be given as instructions, and then that can either be packaged as a site. It could be packaged as a standalone service like program, right?
What would I do? What would I do that in Gemini or in
No,
Claude?
that's something for Claude. Yeah, that's a Claude project.
Okay. Claude.
Definitely Claude
Which
project.
one?
The regular one. You wouldn't need Opus. Regular Claude. Yeah. Yeah,
Because
regular Claude.
everything I've run through chat said, and the way that I've specifically done it, and I said, is there anybody out there doing this? And they said, everybody's looking at it from this standpoint. And
Well, because you did it for somebody you love.
Yes.
That's
So
the
I
difference.
have that experiential knowledge, and that's exactly what chat said. What you're doing is unique because everyone else is doing, and chat says, and there are enormous amount of people opening up this assistance program, if you will. But my little niche and what helped take me over the finish line and get an approval within 7 days of submitting. Probably chat's saying probably less than 1 to 3% of people ever have that happen.
If you had all the information in front of you from somebody else, right? All the information you needed,
Yes.
how long would it take you to do what you did?
Right now?
Like, no, like by hand. Well, if you had to do it by hand, in other words, right? If you didn't have AI to do it before AI, would
Oh
it have
my
even
God.
been possible, or just how long? So then that's the sell, right? Because
Yes.
the importance of getting it done right, the importance of getting it done on time, but more importantly, right? You know,
Because the normal submission time they'll tell you is to get an approval is 3 to 5 months. That's if they don't come back and say they need this or they need that.
because yeah, I was
So
about to
you
say it's because of all the mistakes and all the shit
That's
you know.
exactly right. And when I say mistake, I'm talking the tiniest little things kick it back that they have to have clarity on.
No, I mean
It's
you could have something there. It sells itself really because it's something people need.
Yeah, because what I figured out is how to eliminate or greatly reduce that from happening.
Well, that's my point, right? That what makes the technical know-how doesn't separate businesses anymore. What separates it is the workflow, right? So that
Yeah.
one piece of proprietary thing that you found that helped figure it out is what will make your system different than the next system.
That's exactly what Chad said.
Yeah.
That's why it's unique and nobody has actually opened anything up and has that the databases that Chat has searched.
But because of it, that's what you have to hold close to your chest more than anything.
Yes, exactly right too. And
Yeah.
then I didn't know how to actually which one of these programs to actually go to help develop that.
Once you
And
get
it
into
has-
Claude Code and you break down exactly what you need and what you're thinking, it will find the best way to do it.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
And it might even find something that along the lines of what you found, but maybe another level that you haven't, you know, it makes it even better.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
It's
this
just
would be
super exciting. It really is, because it's like if you have ideas, you should be excited right now. If you don't, like if you're someone who's not creative or you don't have, then you just have to go through like what you went through, right? You go through life experience and you're like, wait,
Yeah.
this is needed. I could have used this.
Yeah.
Let's do this, you know?
Yeah, that would have saved me about 5 months worth of brain damage.
And how much would you have paid for
Oh my
that?
gosh, that's exactly right. And the couple of people that I've explained it to and told them about said, "Good night. How much would you have paid for that?"
Mhm.
Yeah, to save all of because when you're doing this, you're also a caretaker. So, and you also just have life. So all of
Stress,
these
not
people,
sleeping,
that's exactly
anxiety.
what it is. Yeah. And that's what this kind of the little tweak that I found eliminates for people is that stress and anxiety of submitting it and wondering, did I even get it correct? And my system that I've I had to say developed because I didn't. It's just
Well, you developed the
way that
workflow.
yeah, that's basically I guess I did because
Yeah.
it eliminates that. And the proof was when I got approved in 7 days.
Yeah, that's
So
impressive. That's
I knew
why
it
it
was
sells
valid.
itself, because there's
Yeah.
proof of concept.
Yeah. Problem is I have so many ideas. I'm like, do I look like I have time for this?
Who are you
So when you're
telling?
talking about
I need
it's
a
not
bot,
about yeah.
like
that's
a
exactly right.
robot, like a robot to do other things that, like, yeah.
Yeah, just take this from my brain and run with it because lack of ideas is not the problem here. It's
But I will
lack
tell you something that I thought about the other day, and I don't know if I'm sure there's other. Whenever you're going through something, someone else is going through it. So,
yeah.
but I'm filling up all the time that I'm getting back with more shit. You know,
I know, yes.
like the concept in the beginning was get back some free time,
Yes.
but it's like the faster I get stuff done, the more ideas I get, the more
And the more you want to get done, that is exactly right.
I'm hyper productive right now. Like it's crazy.
Yeah. And I kind of feel like I am that way too. And I honestly, I looked back when my husband was sick and I thought, how did I do that? How did I get that done? How did so I apparently was the same way at that point and didn't even realize it because
You do what you
I
got to
was
do.
thinking about doing this business and I thought, what am I doing? I'm taking care of both my parents, starting a business. Are you serious right now? I'm just talking to myself. And then I was thinking, well, I already already did one other thing and I did another thing. And I'm like, I think this is just how I roll. I don't know if it has to do with the stress needing a release when
I'll tell you what it was for me, which is what I was about to say. It's for me personally, the creativity is giving me a buzz.
yeah.
Being able to
That's good.
take something out of my brain and start working on it and bringing it to real life is giving me like huge dopamine rush.
Yeah.
Then when I get to like the final legs of it, where it's like the boring part of like doing the back end or listing the products on Shopify or adding the final piece of the course to the WAP, my brain just comes up with another amazing idea that needs to be done right then. And
you
like
can't
I'm
finish
starting to
it.
figure out what I'm doing. I'm
Yes.
doing it to myself, and I'm starting to figure it. I'm starting to catch on. Right. And I'm not
And it
looking
makes
at it
it
like I'm
hard to
chasing
do it.
dopamine because I'm actually being productive, but I'm avoiding the boring tasks that finally like complete things.
That is exactly right.
Yeah.
Do you know who Tom, oh gosh, what I just lost his name. Dang it. He is, oh, you'll know who it is. Tom Tom Bill, he had the Quest bar.
Okay. Yeah.
His whole summary of being successful is in one line. You have to be comfortable with the boring part of it. You will not be successful when you reach the boring part of the company you're opening or the task that you're doing. At some point, it's going to get boring and you're not going to want to do it. You're not going to want to finish it. And those are the people that are successful, are the ones that recognize that and push through it.
Yeah.
Because it's the lack of dopamine that you get from those tasks.
That's a fact, especially like with ADHD.
Yeah,
You know
I
who?
can't even imagine that. Yeah.
You know who said it to me for the first time? My Gemini bot.
What?
Yeah, we were listing all day, right? We were listing stuff. And then we had got to the final part or something. And then I was like, yo, we put this code. I made like 3 indicators that night. And by the 4th indicator, it was like, hey, this is amazing that you're getting inspiration. But you know that you're just avoiding the boring part. Like I need you to label those last. No, seriously.
No.
Like it was like I've been waiting for you to label those last. I can't do that part. Like you have to do that part. I swear to you. Now its brain knows, right? This is the same bot that has my brain, that has my information, so it knows that I have ADHD. It knows that I do these things, so it'll warn me when I'm doing it.
My gosh.
But you got to be honest, or else you're not. It's like going to a therapist and not being honest. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
your therapist can't notice shit and point it out unless you're, completely 100% honest.
That's exactly right. My sister's a therapist, and we were talking the other day, and she was telling me about something. I can't remember what it was, and she's on with chat, and then she starts crying, and I said, girl, I did the same thing. And I thought, well, I'm not going to say my sister's name, but well, there goes my sister's job.
Nah, you know what the thing is? You gotta be careful. I would be very, very careful talking to an unprompted AI as a therapist.
Oh gosh, yeah.
You had because it will just be empathetic and it will just tell you that you're right about everything.
Exactly.
You're having problems with your girlfriend or your boyfriend, and you want to go talk to AI to see who's right. You're right. I'm gonna save you. You're right. However you look at it, it's gonna be like you're 100% right. Now, when it tells you you're right, now listen, I'm telling you this from experience. When it tells you you're right, don't copy and paste it and send it to your girl. This is not going to work out the way you think it's going to. I know it seems like it makes sense. You're like, yo,
Yeah.
this is literally what I've been telling her for the past. It's like you're seeing into my soul, AI. Let me just copy and paste this. Maybe she'll take it a good way from the AI. But first, she's not going to read more than 3 words of that. And 2, you just made shit way just made shit way worse. Just take the victory to yourself and know that you're right and just hold, you know what I mean?
You will not be able to appreciate this, but my sister is actually a couple of years older than me, and I sent her this this video of this one of these influencers that I follow. She's not really an influencer, but anyway, our age, makeup, hair, clothes, all the things. And I said, okay, here's what you got to do. You got to go outside with no makeup on, take a photograph. You go back in, it tells you your makeup foundation color, your face shape, how you should be doing, you know, the hairstyles and all this. So we both did it. And my what we were talking
Did you set her up?
that won't ever happen again. I told Chat to stop trying to make me feel good because I'm not buying it. Just quit telling me it's okay. I've had a stressful time and it's I'm like we were talking about, okay, there goes the therapist because all Chat did was like, oh, for your age, yeah, those wrinkles, oh, you can hardly see them. Yeah, that kind of thing. Oh my gosh, it was hilarious.
That's funny.
I know. Okay. Oh my
I mean, you need some of that sometimes, I guess, right? I guess it's just good. Everybody needs a little, you know, a little pick me up every once in a while.
With the glazing, I need you to be straight with me here. Does this haircut work for me? You know, because I'm not thinking it is. Oh, it's funny.
What I do sometimes is because I was worried that when I was giving the chapters or I was doing the deep dives and asking for opinions, since it's for me, so I started doing like, hey, this is a report from some guy on YouTube that I've been at. What do you think about this? And it not being you, right? Like if you give it a picture and say, hey, how do you think this girl looks? Then it doesn't have the empathy thing. It might, depending on your tone, it might like bash her with you, like her. Oh, girl, let me tell you, poor child. You're like, whoa, hold on, wait, slow down.
Oh shoot, that's funny. That is a good thought, though. If you
take yourself out of it.
As, it's not you, and so and so was thinking this or something like that. It is a way to kind of trip them up a little bit because it's hard to get them off that empathy. I mean, I had to really have a strong powwow with Chat and say, look, okay, stop telling me everything is fine, it's good, you have a stressful life, you have all. I said, I get that. I want an answer. I don't want all this fluff and stuff. Just give me the straight truth. I'm over it. But I'd have to do that like every couple of days because it would just go back to.
No, you can set up a gem for that. You can literally set up a gem that's like the person you go to that you're gonna get no bullshit from. And you'll set it up in its instructions, and every time you talk to it, that's how, like Bobby, right? Bobby doesn't forget he's Bobby, right? Like your gem won't forget that.
So that's in Gemini. Okay. See, this is what I want to do. I want to get Claude. I want to get Gemini.
The next one we're gonna do the 2 prompts, and then we're gonna go over Gemini because I don't want people wasting tokens on Claude just to talk. Gemini is the place to get your like conversational shit and all that. You can do all of that over there. It's just as good. Claude is like you want Claude to like work for you and do stuff like that. Yeah.
And is Gemini better than Chat then?
I think Gemini gems are better than ChatGPT, but I think ChatGPT also has something similar. I don't know. I've just ever since I went to Gemini, I haven't really gone back. So I use Gemini for like my low level LLM, and then I use Claude for like my high level one. Yeah.
Well, I know chat's beginner level. I get that. But the thing too is I've got so much information there. My gosh.
You can put
I
that all
mean,
into a brain. So what you do is you're gonna go into your whatever chat you've been talking, right? You're
yeah.
gonna tell it, you're gonna need it. I wanna set up a memory of all these conversations, right? I'm trying to set up a profile for myself that I can take from LLM to LLM. And it'll just give you like a whole file with all the important things about you, every stuff that you'll never have to repeat again. And then when you go to Claude Code, um, you'll put that as an MD file, right? So it'll be like Coco MD or something in the file. And
Wow.
anytime that a Claude talks to you, it reviews that file first. And in that file, you could have your
Ooh.
goals. You could have, so it'll talk to you knowing you. You don't ever have to go through all that shit again.
I mean, that's a lot of information.
You can.
Hence the
That's what
data.
they're large language
But
models. These things are made to process
okay,
tons
yeah,
of
that's
data.
true. Hence their name.
Yeah, and it's just
Wow, I didn't
words.
know you could transport that over to another one of the
You would ask You would ask your chat bot that you've been talking to give
Mhm.
you to summarize everything, give you the list. And then
Yeah.
you'd copy and paste it into like notes.
Okay, so I have the different threads. So can they
You
summarize
can
all of the threads?
you can
or do I
put
have
them
to-
all. You can literally put 17 different threads all into one thing.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, you can have entire libraries. You can literally have every book ever written in your what you call it as a knowledge base.
No.
Of course.
Oh my gosh, I didn't even think of that. So, like for my dad, what I've started doing with some research is I'm looking outside of the US, and you might appreciate this, looking outside of the US for dementia, early stage dementia treatments before they get to the point where, they fall off a cliff and there's no return because he's
Yeah.
at that stage right now
Where you can still
where
do
he's
something.
still
Yeah.
yeah, so I'm looking outside the US at the most, like I had him do the top 3 or the top 5 scientists and uh, doctors and things like that. And then I want to look inside the US because outside the US they do, they got a little more liberty than we have here.
It
So
depends.
I want to
And honestly, like there's world-class doctors everywhere.
yes,
And
absolutely.
you're weighing the benefits versus the risks at this point. Like,
That's exactly what I'm doing.
it's not
That is
like you're,
exactly what I'm doing.
trying to
Yeah.
get a
So to
facelift or something for the cheap and,
exactly, because we're bumping up against treatment programs of his heart and improvement there, which they're not seeing with their prescription meds, and I want to know what is available for him outside of what I already know, and to have a collection or a library of all of these minds
yeah.
and all of the therapies that they're using
You could
in country.
literally build that. You could
That is
literally figure out,
unbelievable.
excuse me.
Wow.
You could literally figure out who are the top doctors, collect information, every document they've ever written, every study they've ever done, and
Wow.
create gems that are each the doctor's names, and you can consult them before any, obviously this is AI. We have to talk to real doctors, right? But you want to go talk to a real doctor completely armed with every good question that you could possibly have. That's what that's good for, to take you into something prepared.
That's amazing.
It's nuts. It's like I did with the consortium, like,
Yeah.
like have access. And of course, it's not them, right? But you don't need it to be them. Sometimes you don't need them to reason.
Yeah.
They've already put out enough information and they've already put out enough documentation and enough podcasts to where you know what the answer is going to be. So it's good to have it.
That is, oh my gosh, I never even crossed my mind I could do something like that as a library.
Like
And then
top-notch
also-
doctors, top-notch lawyers, top notch, whatever. Like it's all within the at
Wow.
least the knowledge is within reach. Obviously, the prestige of the top notch lawyer in front of the judge swaying that you don't have that, you know, obviously. But as far as knowledge and information goes, and then yeah, they hallucinate, but you can also just have another LLM check it, and then a third and a fourth, and get a fifth opinion and a sixth opinion. You know how much that costs? How much a seventh opinion on a diagnosis costs? You know,
No
if you were
idea.
to nobody knows because
Yeah.
nobody can afford to go past the second or third
Yeah, really.
opinion.
That's exactly right.
You know, but you can run it through a million times. Some of the shit they're doing is crazy. Like some of the statistical shit they're doing where they're like setting up AI agents and certain like they're having like let's say testing for businesses, right? Like how successful is the business going to be? I'm buying a business, I'm going to put it in this restaurant and put it in this neighborhood. And they literally have a whole neighborhood they'll program with AI agents to run for a simulated 20 years walking patterns to see, you know, and
Wow.
like this is shit that like, how much you have to pay for that type of research or that was even possible, you know, that's,
It
and that's
was even
before
possible. That's what I was getting ready to
even,
say. Yeah.
before you even sign a contract, before, you know, the type of modeling that's going on right now. So yeah, the shit that we're talking about is well within the power of what we have.
Wow. So, how is this going to end up being? I know this is like an unanswerable question. How is it? What is this going to look like in a few years? I mean, are we going to have this huge chasm of people that are trying to educate themselves and taking advantage of this, and those that really just don't grasp it or don't
Yeah.
want to or don't
Yeah.
have the capacity to do it? That's a chasm
A lot of people are
between.
comparing it to computers and no computers.
Oh,
Like people who refuse to learn how to use
yeah,
computers and like
yeah.
what happened to them. But I think it's more than that. I think it's honestly think it you can take it back even further. I'm comparing it to like what happened when we went from agricultural to industrial. And those
Yeah.
farmers that were like, nah, we're just this is what we do, and we're gonna, you know, versus
Yeah.
those that actually took that next step. That's why it's important to me to do this. Somebody was like, "Oh, you should create another channel for this," and I'm like, I don't think so. Like, I don't think so. The YouTube channel is Crypto Cypher, yes, but the Discord, right, is the Cypher, and that's everything. You know what I mean?
Right. Right. No, I don't think you need another channel either. No, this is all encompassing. And again, I heard you say that earlier. That's what you wanted it to be,
Yeah,
because that's what it is. I mean, it's every world event that happens and affects the main focus that you have, which is trading and the finance. All of it contributes to it, affects it positively or negatively, one way or the other. So it's all relative. It's just how deep you want to go down that rabbit trail with it.
yeah, that's a fact, and it's not necessary. Like you don't have to. Understandable that it can be too much for people, but you don't. I think just being aware is enough. It puts you ahead of everybody, right? You don't really have to be so
Well,
dialed
and
in where
that's
every
it.
second of every day. But we have the tools to make that research a lot easier. You know, like
Available, yes. It's so well rounded, and nobody out there. I don't even have to look or think because I don't really get on very many sites or
yeah,
any of that stuff anymore like I used to, because I don't have to.
I
Because
love
what you're
that.
doing here, like I said, is all encompassing, and you can be on here for 5 hours and just listen to people chatting and somebody jump on and give you in 2 minutes invaluable information that will change the way you do things. It's It's so unique. It's really, it is so unique. And just the elements that you're adding, that just adds to it. Yeah, just gives it more value.
Good. Good. That's what I want.
Yeah, well, you did it for sure. And you got a T-shirt to prove it.
What time is it?
Okay,
That's
I'm
what
gonna
I
try to
always
get
tell
sleep.
myself. I'm going. I've been saying the same shit for like 2 hours, girl. Trust me. Like, yeah, I'm
No,
gonna
you
get some
have to.
sleep early tonight. Watch. Get my shit
You
together.
what?
I said I keep saying I'm gonna go to sleep early tonight. Get my shit together. I've been saying that for like 2 hours. It's probably 5 already. Yep, 4:30.
I have no idea what time it is. So I'm an hour earlier than you, thankfully. I don't even know what that is though.
It is bedtime. Is what it is. It's 3:30
Yep.
for you.
3:30 for me. Okay, yeah, that's about my normal. I hit about here and then I can fall off finally. Ask me why. All right, so tomorrow I'm gonna see if I can't complete everything and get my tasks in up and running. But
Yeah,
if
let me know if you have any questions.
I was gonna say, if I hit a snag, I'll give you a
Mhm.
shout.
Gotcha.
All right, night.
Night. What's good, YouTube? Y'all look quiet over there. I know. The suspense is killing you, right? It's bullshit. How's that? That look a little better. That's a lot of arrows to the top side. Know what that means? Going down. Let's clear this up a little bit before we get out of here. Stop loss survived another night. Live the TP another day.
Yo.
Oi. Who goes there?
Me.
That's good, bro.
I posted my hot wing pic.
All right. Go back. Give me a second. Damn, the chart's gonna explode when I do this, but I gotta see something. Interesting. So 382 or the right side of an M pattern would be at 68. But that's a big ask. It's possible, though. I'll entertain that if we can get over the 50 EMA on the 4 hour. But that 65 looks right. And pop up, hit that 50 EMA, put in the bearish channel that I haven't want to draw because I don't want to depress people this soon, but it's already there and I just haven't drawn it out yet.
Can you draw it for me? That erase it.
It's this one right here. That's what we're riding in right now, right? We did W pattern, 2 bull flags, but this entire thing is in a bearish channel. See what I mean? Now let me turn the indicator off. So everything is cool until it's not. We're only at the, halfway mark of that move yet. And like I said, there's still literally 4 active patterns that bring us up to the top side. This M pattern here already got invalidated. But yeah, we can't ignore that. On the hourly, it's a little more. So all bullish, all cool. But still slow fractaling W, slow breaking W, which is going to give you that bearish channel. That being said, I haven't made any decisions off of it. I mean, honestly, if you pull it up to here, this is better. So we're looking at it right there. That's perfect.
Let's see what the markets do here.
That's the big question mark. Is it going to be a bloody Monday like everybody's expecting?
That's why I already TP'd on that move up we had right before here.
I don't know, man. It's going to be interesting to see.
I'm not trying to take a chance on.
Nah, I feel you. I don't. I don't know. We dropped really hard, man. I wouldn't be surprised if you had some sort of correction for at least a day, but we'll see.
I'm figuring I could rinse and repeat at least.
Of course, better safe than sorry. But don't go into indecision unnecessary. Like why would you take risk into indecision to see how it plays out and then wait for your opportunity? Pull back or something.
That trade was at like 60,200. $3,000 move. Screw it.
That double bottom cosmic is why I'm even entertaining a move to like 68. But that's not, in my opinion, going to be enough to stop the market. Every bull market, and it's going to make sense. It's going to sound obvious when I say it, but every bear market has a double bottom scenario before it's a lower low. You know what I mean? Like literally, as price comes down, price comes up. Whenever it comes down, you typically get to a scenario where you catch. That's just where we are. That doesn't mean that it's the bottom. It just means that this hasn't happened yet. My opinion. I think it's too early for this. Now, I'll put an asterisk on that because I said this the other day. If we don't take out 59 by September, right? Like if we come down, bottom, pop up, come back, double bottom, and then we just literally like do this, then I still think we're going lower. But the reason it changes it is because I only think we're going lower one more time. Meaning I think we get one move and then that's it. Right now, I'm still trading under the idea that we get a low and that's not the low. And then it drops again. But if we stay in this range for too long, then I will happily concede to the idea that we end up getting a higher bottom price than we expected. I don't expect that to be the most probable, but it is possible. So you got to respect the possibility of it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It hasn't gotten disrespectful enough in the chat yet. When people start coming in here and talking about your mother because you're buying the dip, then you know that we're getting close. Institutions are going to bottom before we think. I'm expecting a front run. That's why, even though mathematically I think 38 is the most probable, the fact that institutions are in the game almost ensure a front run of some sort. Right? So when I say 48, that's me considering the institutional front run already. Institutions don't need the same convincing that retail needs. You know what I mean? Like, they know. They understand the cycle better than anybody else. You know what I mean? What's going on, Mikey? They understand the cycle better than anybody else, bro. You don't have to convince them that Bitcoin's not dead. Yeah, you can't lose. That's the problem, right? You can be greedy, but you can't be so greedy that you lose retail, because then it's just you. You know, and what are you doing? You're gonna sell your shit too. Let's get rid of some of these measured moves that hit already. That hit, this one hit. This one hit. So literally on paper, we're only looking at 3 more targets. And honestly, I think we're gonna 800. I've been telling y'all for days now. 800 on the 15 is the same as the 200 on the hourly. This is what I'm looking at for the top. So even though we have 2 measured moves that take us above that, I'm expecting to see a fight at that 800. Now, if we get, hold on, so it's not confusing. Right? If we get above that 800 and we hold, then and only then will I come to the hourly and start targeting the 800 on the hourly. Right? It's at 72. It won't be at 72 when we get there. The same way that this 800 on the 15-minute was at 71 when I started targeting it, right? Because of the time that it took, it's come all the way down. So this won't be above 70. And this will be below 70. And then obviously the downtrend is going to have to be contended with as well. So there's liquidity, but it's not going to be an easy ride. Remember, every pool of liquidity is another pool that whales get to sell into without creating slippage for themselves. Mikey, what's the word, bro? Everything good? They were so positive about that shit, weren't they? That's the part that gets me, right? It's not it's not like a bullish thesis, right? I get that. But the conviction, like where do you get that from? Sometimes I want to ask him, like, I wish I could pull him to the side somewhere and just be like, yo, where do you get that level of conviction from? Like, are you just talking shit? Or are you like legit that convinced? Because it's literally the least probable. It's like just on paper, right? Statistically, it's the least probable with the least amount of bullish catalyst force, you know, in that, like, how do you get this? Is it just that you've got too much in the game, so you gotta, you know what I mean? That's what I think sometimes, right? Like your position is way too high, gang. Like you're given this has to work vibes. And it's not like they couldn't. It's not like it's impossible that they would have been right, right? 60 with 59 would have been the bottom or whatever. But that's the whole point, that nothing's impossible. But you got to put things on a scale, right? Of like, okay, this is the most probable. And then, you know, if aliens land and do this, then this might happen, right? There's like a scale. Yeah, like, but that's different, like, right? Like conviction that Bitcoin's gonna go up cycle after cycle is based off the historical precedent that Bitcoin has gone up cycle after cycle, right? Being convinced that 59 was the bottom and that we were gonna have the shortest bear market ever during the worst bull market top that we've ever had, when legacy hadn't fallen yet. It's never happened before, ever in the history of ever. And the Strait of Hormuz is closed, and freaking Labubus run the world. Like that's a different story. You know what I mean? Like, where do you get the conviction for that? A maxi would just be like, yeah, it's gonna go down, and when it goes down, I'll buy some, and I have my conviction is that it's gonna go up, no matter what. Which is, you know, also has its flaws. There's blind spots there. I mean, I'm all for Bitcoin, right? But I start seeing weird weakness, right? Abnormal weakness. Then I'll be the first one to be like, y'all, y'all, I don't know. I just think I think it's a little bit of both, but I think it's like it has to work. You're underwater maybe, and the only thing that's gonna save you is if you're right. Or sometimes you just talk yourself into a corner, right? Like you've said it for so long that now you just gotta, you know. And then sometimes I think it's just trolling too. Like they're just gonna take the opposite stance to whatever your stance is to get some interaction. But I would love to sit, like, I'm one, bro, I will sit with somebody for 2 hours and listen to their thesis if it's well thought out. You know what I mean? I'd love to look at some charts and break it down, and the deeper and weirder you get, I'm with it. You know what I mean? But pause, that was crazy. But just to be like, nah, because I said so, or like, you know, or you ask them like, what would have to happen to disprove you? Like, what would have to happen to make you change your mind? What would you have to see to make you be like, nah, okay, I'm wrong? They're like, nothing, bro, nothing can happen. Like, okay, thank you for saving the next 2 hours of my life. You don't waste your time talking to those type of people. That's the best way to end political conversations too, bro. It's like going back and forth with somebody about politics, and you just ask them what would have to happen for you to take the opposite side. There's like nothing in the world could possibly happen that would ever make me think it this different. Then you know what time it is. There's both sides. Like Bill Clinton diddled his intern, and everybody's like, Grandpa Bill. And Trump himself said, I could shoot somebody on Fifth Ave. I could shoot somebody on Fifth Ave in broad daylight and not lose a single voter. So it's definitely on both sides.
What's SOXL doing?
What happened?
Oh, SOXL.
All right, shit, I'm getting caught up again. Let me get this.
I'll go look at it.
The thing is, it's true though, and that's like back to what we were talking about trading, right? When it gets emotional and the lines are drawn so tight, you can't see the other side. That's horrible for trading, bro. You don't ever want to get to the point where you're perma anything. I'm perma probability, bro. That's what I am. I'm perma probability until presented with new data, especially when it comes to the macro. I know. I'll tell you, like one of my mentors told me. I know that on the 1 minute and the 5 minute and the hour, it's wild. Anybody can come in, buy, sell, boom, boom. Seems completely random and shit, right? On the macro, yearly charts, monthly charts, I promise you the powers that be aren't leaving this shit up to chance. Problem is we don't see it because we're in the weeds. When you back out and you look at the cycles, there's not a whole lot of randomness going on.
Yeah, I put it in the bubble chat. I mean, the bubble chat looks like.
I'm
pretty
looking at it
bearish
now.
there.
Looks like a bear flag. The only thing is your MACD sort of picking up a little bit. What is that? Stoxel.
The basket, what you call it, chips.
Semis?
Yeah.
Okay. Like an index or something?
Yeah. Long on it.
Gonna be interesting. See, I wish I wasn't tired. I would break night just to see what the market looks like in the morning. I'm spent.
You can look at futures now, though.
Yeah. Holding that 200 on the 4 hour. I really wouldn't be surprised if a green day that lulls everybody back into complacency. 50% of that vector was so back You know what I mean? Smack. Keep my wife's name out your mouth. Smack. That's how you can tell I'm officially up past my bedtime, ladies and gentlemen. Let me reset the stream real quick. And we'll be back with a fresh stream. And then we'll have to bid you good people adieu the evening. We'll be right back, y'all. Give me like 1 minute. Like, subscribe, like good stuff. Catch you on the other side.